I'm switching us over to live. We're gonna be live when everybody shows up. Oh, I gotta switch this map over. Oh man. What's going on? Wait, why is it not showing a map? Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put that up, and then I'm gonna load this, and I'm gonna load this. Cool. There we go. You guys were also... No, the very last thing that happened was the ship was sailing down to Lylon while you guys were heading back to the wayside with Tarbin. Yep. That was where I left it off, where you guys watched as the skeletons appeared inside of Emberlost and started sailing south. That sounds about right. Yep. There you go. There you go. There's music. You can turn it down as much as you want. Welcome back. Pasta salad. You're gross. There you go. What the fuck happened to my camera? There we go. It did. It did. You bitch. You. I know. No, we're about to. All right. So yeah, everybody's here. So we'll go ahead and get started. So, last time. What? Really? What? Okay, good. I'm about to come over there and punch the shit out of you. All right. So, you guys had just had a climactic battle with the half-orc shape-changing cult of Talos upon making a deal with the Death Knight Dreadnought known as Emberlost, a galleon created from evil magics binding the soul of a Death Knight to a ship. Before you guys decided to rest for the night, you wanted to check the ship out, see what was out there, and see if the ship had anything useful on board. While that was going on, Albina went up to the deck and kind of reflected on the day, the situation that she had, and in that moment, she had an experience, whether it was physically manifested or a vision, something more ethereal, we will never know. But she was visited by Helm, who is the god of protectors and guardians, who offered her to follow his domain, the domain of protection, as she has showcased her capabilities in war and in combat, but has shown and exemplified her traits as a profound protector when she offered to give her own life to resurrect Iggy. When she agreed, Helm bestowed upon her a new shield as well as a gauntlet, which is his symbol. After this, Albina was visited by Aluna. The two of them had a time to chat a bit. You guys also found out that the hammocks down in the one cabin area were rugs of smothering that were allied with Emberlost. So they can be used as flotation devices, since they can suffocate you and trap air and become sealed off. Shortly after that, Iluna began looking around, see if there was anything that she could find, was headed down into where Smith encountered the flesh golem. In there, she found an apothecary bag with 3 potions of greater healing, a set of alchemist supplies, as well as a book known as the Serialized Journal of Medicine with 2 vials of antitoxin attached to the front of it. She realized during that time that this book can talk and has information about various healing and medical practices. While this was going on, Mee was upstairs searching the captain's quarters. He found a journal up there that had information about Oleron Mortis, which is the name of the figure that you guys had found on a note that belonged to the gentleman that you met that was fighting the half-orc cultists not too long ago when you were traveling to Lylon. I believe his name was Spalding. Yes, Lance Spalding. He was the alchemist archer. When he was able to get this, he also found some magic hats and a magic ring. The one is the Ring of the Sapphire Mind. The hat is the Hat of Ardent Alacrity, and the other one is the Vitality Shroud. some magic items to be had around, which they were discovered to be that when you and Smith cast Identify on them. Smith also discovered and identified that there was some magic on the table that had a pile of papers, learning that one of the pieces of paper had some kind of divination magic with it, and it was learned to be a map of many places. This allows you to see the immediate area within 5 miles for 1 hour once a day. Smith also cast Identify on the mace that me found, finding out that it was the bone cutter mace that is able to create a silver coin not bone cutter, bone counter. It's able to create a single silver piece whenever you kill an undead creature. Gotta get your notes in order, Stacy. I rely on you to do these notes. Did you not know that Stacy takes detailed notes, and that I use those to base all of the recaps on? Yeah, there's here buddy. I'm gonna send you. Have access to this. It's in OneNote. You literally have access to this. Yeah, you should go open up OneNote and see the journal that's been shared. It literally has all the NPCs, all the treasure, like everyone that you've ever met is in there. Every single session note is in there. Yeah, there's also one for Rhymer the Frost Maiden as well. So, you download Microsoft OneNote or go to your computer programs and search up OneNote. You can also just go to the website. There is a website for it. I don't know if that'll let you access it because it's shared to your one email. I'll send you an email. It's to your email that ends in 99. Yes. So while this was going on, you ended up in the quartermaster's cabin seeking any maps, any other items. In there, he was able to find a jug that was able to create beer and ale in it. This was identified to be an alchemy jug. And he also found the supplies to create a navigation kit. Seftis was down in the armory where the various cannonballs were being kept for the ballistas up top. In here, he found some orbs that were in a separate box that one appeared to be red with a strange glowing energy to it, and the other one seemed to have a magical essence as well, but was rocky and earthen. He headed upstairs. Smith and you identified them, the rocky one being an orb of excavating earthquake, and the red one being the orb of divine fury. Once you guys had gone through all of this, you decided to head back and rest for the night, and then in the morning, when you guys got up, you headed off of Emberlost. Emberlost revealed that he was able to generate an entire army of skeletons that were bound to the rowing deck of the ship so that it can move down the coastline and can travel without you guys needing to have a crew to guide it. So with that, you guys were leaving in the morning to head back to the wayside to get there before noon, which was the time at which the Phandalinians were going to be leaving down to Lylon. So that's where we're going to pick up. I'm not going to make you guys roll for going through the forest or anything like that. Yeah. We're going to pick up... we're going to say that right now... in day, it is, we'll say that you guys get there at about 11 o'clock. So, yeah. You were. That... Are you? Harbin's just like, why do I have to be in... He's like, why do I have to be involved in this? Listen, I have been cuffed to many a things. Oftentimes the cuffs are very soft and covered in plush, but... Yeah. They're not normally this hard. Something's hard. Okay, cool. What? Yeah, you guys would have... I had you guys basically, like, getting up around dawn, like, around 6, 7, heading off of Emberlost, traveling through the trees, and that, you know, space. I guess I could demonstrate it, you know. You guys heading out and across back northeast to the wayside. So to the wall. Correct. Emberlost is able to travel by himself. So they told he was told by me to travel down to where Lylon is, and that I believe that it was that Albina, you were gonna cast Sending on Emberlost, whenever you guys arrive, or you guys were somehow going to signal for him to get there, so that because me was afraid that if he just shows up, then the whole town freaks out. Yeah, they'll attempt to attack him. So you guys need to like warn the guards and the fishers that this ship is coming into harbor. Okay. Go ahead and sure. Go ahead and make nature checks. DC 18. Well, it was about 3 hours. So, yeah. Roll a 4. What the fuck? Jer's not even here. Oh God! I said I rolled 4. Okay, yeah. You while you're traveling, you are able to find a small cluster of sleepweed plants. Yeah. So that means that I roll a d8, and that determines you get 4 of them. Yep. All right. So, yeah. All right. So you guys move through the forest. Tarbin has a new breath of life about him as he's traveling along. He's kind of humming to himself, murmuring. He seems to be plucking a few of the strings on his lute, and you can almost hear him like, hey, Cole, no, yes, that, and he looks over at everyone and says, what are all of your names again? He looks over at the two wizards walking side by side, and the two of you. Again, me. Me looks up. Yeah, me looks up. You says, "That's my name." Yes, you said at. That's only 2 letters away from ass. Sorry, I just gotta type something here. I'm quite tired. That is undoubtable. It is something that This is an event that I wish to recant to those that I meet. Yes. I am very much looking forward to seeing my friends. I am at least gracious that they had the mind to seek your aid and your help. Well, I can only count my blessings. What? Oh my god. Gotta go in and change the assets. It's because on this particular map, when I had it, I still had you on red. All right, so some time goes by. You guys are able to easily make it through the forest, and you finally come across the lovely, wonderful sight of the Wayside Inn. The familiar, oddly shaped building sitting at the intersection, the junction of the Tribord Trail and the High Road. You can hear there's some commotion going on inside, nothing raucous or anything like that, but you can see that the doors, while I cannot animate this map, you can see that the doors over here, where you guys had the wagons and everything being stored for the night, are currently open, and you can actually hear some folks moving around in there. As you head inside, you can see some of the folks here that are getting ready and starting to prep for their day and their plans. Upon walking through the doors, Tarbin just kind of like steps forward and sees Thensal and Numikulo, his two companions, sitting over at one of the tables. Their faces are forlorn as they are looking out the one window at the carts being loaded outside. And Tarbin walks in and says, "Gentlemen, the show must go on." And they turn and look at him, their eyes light up, and they rush over, and you can see the immediate joy in their faces, and oh my god, what happened? And Numi looks at them and says, what happened? Where did you go? And Tarbin says, "That is a story. Let me tell you. Let me regale you. Please. Come on, let us sit. I must tell you this tale, and we must write a song about it." And you can see that the three of them head over to the one table and begin. You can hear their chatter you can hear Tarbin saying, "It was a strange night, and I was drawn by these noises, and I came outside, and I was whisked away off to this ship of unforeseen proportions, and just the design of it was something so grotesque, and I was bound and chained underneath in its depths, forced to sing songs." And he just kind of plays out and very accentuates what happened. And with that, you can actually see that some of the commoners here, some of the Phandalinians, are actually listening to his story. And over in the corner, you can see Lenine Greywind and oh shit, I'm blanking on his name. Asdalor. Wow, crap, I just pulled it out. Yeah, you can see Lenine Greywind and Asdalor sitting over at the table as they turn around at this attention, and they see you guys standing there, and they kind of raise an eyebrow when they see so wait, just to make sure, you was cuffed, right? That's right. He's not cuffed. You have him on retainer. Gotcha. Okay. Has his staff. Okay. So you see that they see your group walking in, and they draw attention back to you, and they kind of like scan over the crowd, and when they see you standing there with his hands free, Asdalor stands up, and Lenine stands up as well, but you can see Asdalor has a little bit more of a more of like an urgency in his step, like almost like sliding his chair back a little bit faster and like planting his foot as if he's gonna, like, you know, go towards all of you right now. Okay. Yeah. You see, see, what is he on? Yes, why is he not bound? You can see he's biting his tongue, but he turns and looks at Lenine, and she says, they were able to get him back. She looks over and says, if he does anything else, it is on you. I will not hesitate to have him held down and cuffed again. But if he does anything out of line, and she kind of looks at Albina and at Luna, the two of you that had kind of spoken up, she says, then it is on you, and you will face the same punishments that he does. Asdalor does. He walks up and takes the Staff of Power. Says, Asdalor looks at you and says, see to it that you do. While you guys, just for your reference, while you guys are having this this rapport back and forth, you see that me actually steps away and goes up to the bartender and starts telling him about what happened. So just wanted to. Yes, it'll be a trip. If we are to face any issues, I was hoping that you would return earlier. I was hoping we could head out here before noon, but it is what it is. But we are preparing to move. We have everybody's belongings packed. We are finishing up our meals. So we are hoping to get out of here within the next half hour. Yes. No, it is fine. It is good to get the bard back. This world is missing too many people as it is. That is good. Do you know what it is that they were doing? Do they pose us a threat anywhere else? They died in the water? But they are dead, at least. So there is a possibility that they are alive. It is not as if I would have done anything extra or would have been able to help. Okay. I appreciate the information. I will have to inform those at... I'll have to send word to Neverwinter about this. Do you happen to know who it is that they follow in line with? Are they the Cult of the Dragon? Cult of Talos. Okay, I understand. They are all half-orcs. She looks over she looks over at you whenever you says that and says, "No, that does matter. There is a band of Talos worshipping half-orcs that live up in Neverwinter Wood. They have caused mayhem up there for a number of years." Yes, I'm wondering if this is the same group. Faralai Stormsworn. Olaron Mortis? Oh, the Flesh Renderer? Oh. Do you see that, like, as you're saying this, she just kind of, she kind of, like, takes a step back. You see Asdalor, like, goes to try and reach for her, thinking that she's falling, but she takes a seat, and, she just kind of sits there in the chair and rubs her head. It's just... This is more than I can handle. This is far more than I can handle. I still have to deal with you. Azalor looks down when you say that, and he says, "That's right. I am here to help you." Lenine. No, that's fine. I mean, you know enough about. I would say you know enough about herbalism and alchemy at this point that you could quickly throw something together in your alchemist kit to, like, you know, some chamomile and lavender. Yeah. 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 We can say that you head over behind the bar and just kind of grab a couple things that you know of and are able to throw together a calming tonic and hand that off to her. Overly stressed. Yeah, like she does not look physically ill or hurt, but you can see that, like, it's just starting to get to her. Are you referring to the flesh renderer name? Oh, Fairlie? She shakes her head. I've never heard of him. But it is just... She kind of looks up at everyone. While this is going on, you can see Tolbin and Zelene have stepped over, kind of just like checking on her as well. And she's sitting there. She kind of has her head in her hands and she says, not even 2 weeks ago, I was just a simple shop owner. That's all I was. I was running the Lion Shield Coster, cleaning up items, weapons and armor for the farmers, for travelers, the hunters in the area. And then we are attacked. And I lose somebody that, while I had my opinions about him, somebody I respected dearly, somebody that I feel in this moment would have laughed and joked and tried to calm the situation. Harbin had a way of doing that I've never been able to. You hear Tolbin behind her says, yeah, that was the nice thing about Harbin. He was a scaredy one, but he tried to put on a tough face for folks. He'd always come in for a drink, and he was nice to talk to whenever he wasn't, scared about something, but he was a good guy. It's a shame what happened, but it's because of him that we're here. Azalor looks over at them and says, it's true. He did what he did to save us. He was our town master for a reason. When the call needed it, he made the call. I just wish he was here. I just wish he was here. He made things a lot easier. You know, he often came to me for advice. That was the funny thing. He used to have issues, and he'd come to me, and I would help him through it and explain it. And it's funny. I've been thinking back to those moments that we had together, and when I was giving him direction and explaining what he should do. And now that I reflect on it, it feels as if he was preparing me for this. That I don't know. Yeah. Guess maybe that is the case. Yes. Maybe. I just hope that these fellow leaders of this town are more capable than I am in their steeled resolve. I'm sorry, everyone. Sorry to worry you and bother you. We need to get together. Everyone, those of you destined for the town of Lylon, gather your supplies, whatever you have not already loaded onto the carts. Let us be getting on the road. We have a journey ahead of us. It will be evening by the time we arrive in our new home, and we will need a place to stay tonight, so understand that the Lylanites are welcoming us with open arms. Hopefully, I believe everyone will open us with open arms, and be prepared to share a coin should you need to purchase room and board for the night. We will do what we have to. But it is time for us to get a move on. Thank you. As you say this, you see Zelene steps forward and puts her hand on Lenine's shoulder and says, "That is right. 3 weeks ago." Or sorry, not 3. Sorry. She says, 1 month ago, to the day, I believe. She says, "No, it's been a couple more days. A month ago, I was the leader of a group of were-rats out in the mountains that we had taken a gold mine from some dwarves. And then my life was changed by this group when they came in and slaughtered my entire clan. And they showed me mercy for the benefit of their friend. And while there is a resentment in my heart for what transpired," she turns back and looks up at Tolbin, who Tolbin is currently taking a fork and like trying to clean his teeth with it and get a piece of meat out from it. And Zelene says, "But it is because of them that I have been introduced to a lovely man and a wonderful, wonderful young lady. And time will heal wounds, but it is the growth that we have seen. It is your growth that you will see in time when you have to reflect on it. Now, quit your belly aching. Our clans are dead to a degree, but we will move on and we will find a new place. Yes?" She looks up and says, she looks up at Albina and Iluna and the rest of the group and says, "Now, I think we should get to move on. We have a bit of a trip to take, and then a young lady I think is waiting for us." All right, so with that, yeah. Huh? She's talking about Maggie, yeah. So, while you guys are starting to, get everything together, gathering your supplies, and loading up onto the carts, you can hear some music coming from inside the tavern. As you can hear the band, the wonderful band, Tarbin Tool and the Jizz Whalers, beginning to sing a song. As Tarbin's voice carries loud through the windows and across the roads. "Once I was held in chains of the storm, on a skeletal ship where evil was norm. Half-orcs all around, their magic was vile. I knew not the taste of freedom for a while. But came the day with a brave band of 7, down from the heavens like a blessing from heaven. They wielded their might in the face of despair, their hearts full of courage. They entered the lair. First was Iluna, with eyes like a hawk. Her arrows flew true, through the tempest they stalked. Albina the cleric, with her light ever shining, brought healing and hope in the darkness confining. Into the fray under storm-ridden skies, they danced with death to my captor's surprise. Their spirits unbroken, their purpose so clear, to shatter my shackles and banish my fear. Smith and Iggy, wizards of lore, unleashed their power, made the tempest roar. Seftis the barbarian, strong and wild, swung his great sword like a wrathful child. The sea around boiled, the wind was a song. Each hero stood firm where the weak wouldn't belong. With thunderous fury and a will that won't shake, they fought for a bard and a song yet to make. You, the warlock, from shadows he cast, dark chains of power that held the ship fast. Me, the rogue, swift as the breeze, danced through the chaos with the greatest of ease. With every clash, with every blow, they pushed back the darkness, made the evil woe. These heroes of yore, of legends of untold, turned back the night with hearts brave and bold. Now I sing of their valor, their glorious stand, who wrestled me free from the half-orc's cruel hand. This bard lives to tell, thanks to friends, not by chance, of the day heroes sailed and made skeletons dance. I can share it right now. Can't hear anyone else. Oh shit.
In the chat.
I am so sorry. Oh, damn it. I completely forgot to put you guys to switch over my my chat's audio. Now they can hear you.
Rude.
That sucks. I'm really sorry.
Okay, start all over.
Start all over. Yeah, back at the beginning. My apologies,
Use that
everyone.
melody.
My apologies, everyone.
That used to be something
The
I
best
checked
is yet to come.
all the time,
That's
but
great.
I stopped.
I
stopped checking.
Thank you.
I was just too into this song.
See,
Thank you,
earlier
Thank you so much.
when Jared said he rolled a 4, I thought he was responding because he could hear all of us.
Yeah,
so
I
just
know.
Heard you.
I didn't think there was an issue. Oh.
I didn't realize either.
All right. Well, there we go. So we'll have to. We'll have to put some closed captioning on for next time.
They heard your fabulous we'll call it a tale, but it's much better than that.
Oh wait, I misspelled some things in there.
It's okay, no one will notice.
Yeah, you did.
So talented. Look at that.
No, he ain't.
What?
Don't think that
rebuke
I
you.
did all of this.
Yeah.
ChatGPT did it.
ChatGPT
not
did ChatGPT did do like 90% of this. I put in what I wanted. I'd like a 2-paragraph prompt for this
Yeah,
one.
but some of it still has to make sense.
I don't care. He's still the best.
Nope.
I rebuke you, Panda.
Panda.
Okay. So
Excuse me?
gotta pull this up. So cool. With that, you guys will begin your journey down south to Lylon.
What?
Oh, definitely.
I'm going to ask if it's okay for me to take a case of beverage from down in the basement.
Beverage. Take.
That's Dolores gonna stop you.
Bax looks when you approach Bax about this, he looks at you and says, all right, that's fine. It'll yeah, I can get you a case of it. 10 gold.
Albina, pay the man.
She don't have the money.
You don't have 10
mean-
gold?
I'm Iluna.
Aluna?
I was
What are
like,
you,
what
8
am I
people?
saying?
One of you A people.
Listen, I'm just here to watch your steps for you. So if you need
Oh.
some money, talk to Iluna.
Aluna, I need 10 gold.
Okay, as long as I can take it out of the inventory, and the rest of us aren't protesting, which I presume not.
Get 2 cases.
It's gonna
What? 2 cases. Who's
It's gonna be a
carrying
long
this?
journey.
Road trip.
He'll carry it.
Road trip.
I like how you're bugging for money when you literally have gold.
He does have money.
Do I?
You do.
Cheapskate.
You have 26.
Yeah? But that's 26 gold I could be putting towards something else.
Listen, see if he'll give you another case, and we'll all split it.
Can I get 2 cases?
25 gold we'll give him.
Jeez. Okay.
$5.
Yeah.
5 gold for a tip.
Sure.
Whatever.
Absolutely. 2, and I'll wrap them up for you. And he goes over and puts them in this nice like floral looking gift wrap.
Thank you. Carry them, you.
We're agreed this is party funds then.
No one else knows. We're just over here telling Iluna to pay for things.
Pay
I'm
for this.
liking this already.
Albina's thinking maybe this will keep him from getting into trouble.
Party funds yet?
What's that? Smith?
Yeah, were we?
Do we split the party funds yet?
What splitting of party funds?
Didn't Luna say we were gonna split up everything in the bag and everything?
But we didn't actually do that.
Damn
I don't think.
Then I don't agree to this. I'm just kidding.
Smith's not even here, and he's over like, I don't agree with this. He just comes over, comes running
What's
over
going
like, what are you guys doing over
Oh,
here?
I smell gold. Do I smell treasure? Loot? Oh, the bag of holding is open.
He's like, wait, that 25 gold's coming out of your guys' chunk, okay?
Oh.
We're just getting a
But-
few drinks for the road, Smith. Nothing
Yeah.
to worry about.
How many beverages come in a case anyhow?
12. It's a 12 pack.
We got 24, so
Yeah,
we're good.
24 bottles of ale.
I would have thought a case was more than 12. I don't know. I don't buy beverages. Steve does.
Normally a case is 24.
All right, cool.
But-
So there's 48.
We're gonna need.
I'm easy.
We're gonna need to stay focused on our trip.
I think this is for we have to
This is
stop
for the
partway.
party when we get back home. Or back to...
Well, it's supposed to be our
Where we're
home,
going.
I think.
We're taking it to the other ship, Smith, don't worry.
Oh boy.
It's for long-term travel.
And no, you won't have to stop partway. It is
Straight.
20 miles from the wayside to Lylon, and you even traveling by foot at a normal pace, you can travel 3 miles an hour. So you will reach there in roughly about 7 hours.
You said that. I think you said that since everyone got scared and ran away for no reason, the rest of us could fit inside the big.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Even by
Wagon.
foot, you guys won't have to stop and rest for the night. So
Okay.
I'm bunking with you.
it'll be
Let's
about
get this on the
it'll be about 5 hours.
let's get this on the wagon. I'll sleep to the right of it. You can sleep to the left.
Oh my goodness.
A crate
You didn't get
flies
this-
out the wagon on the way there, just completely empty. Albina and you just
You're not-
sloshed.
You're not sharing it with the travelers, any of it?
Oh no, Albina's not drinking. She just got the extra case thinking strategically, like, oh, maybe this will keep him focused on that, and I won't have to watch him get into fights with the other people.
You
Oh my goodness.
you wanted 2 cases of ale for the same reason that I buy 2 watermelons. One is mine, and the one is the other one that the rest of my family can have. He's like, I want 2. I want one for myself.
Yeah, one case is his, and the other case is for everyone to share. I'm fine with that. But Albina's like, listen, you can have my share if you behave. So.
Oh boy. Anyhow, Iluna will. Well, I don't know who's gonna. Are we watching? Somebody's gonna have to watch during our travel. I mean,
We could
last
take
time we were
turns. Yeah,
we
you and I
were
could take
hanging
turns.
around, we were attacked by wyverns and.
Where is our wagon in regards to the other people's wagon? That's what I want to know. Are we at the beginning, like at the front? Kind of leading the way?
That's up to you guys.
We could do that, and Albina and
I'm alright
Iluna
with
could
that.
could swap like halfway through. On
Yeah.
keeping an eye on the cart and everyone.
Because Iluna would want to sit with Thistle for a little bit and keep an eye out on poor Maggie.
Thistle could come join our whole wagon, right?
Yeah.
You could
Yeah,
invite her.
nothing's stopping her.
So
All right. So yeah, you guys start to head on your way. Be about a 5-hour trip. You'll be arriving in Lylon just before the sun has started to creep below the horizon.
Abina walks over to Iluna. Rock, paper, scissors to see who's watching you first.
He's gonna take
What?
a nap with one of the cases.
me is taking a nap. No, I'm unconcerned. I can go.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to be
Or-
inside, like talking to Thistle, kind of just nearby you, and me up top in the meantime, or vice versa. It's still daylight, so I guess no one's really resting.
I don't know. I guess down. I thought we were. Isn't anyone else going to be?
Oh
on
no, yeah,
watch?
you guys aren't traveling by night or anything, like, but you guys, you know, you guys do want to keep an eye out. There are, for the most part, there is, you know, there's the people that are guiding the wagons are sitting out top, and there is somebody out there with them. I will say that me is sitting out there on one of the wagons, keeping an eye on things.
Smith and Iggy, where are you guys sitting? I'll sit up top with you.
On flying carpet.
Okay.
So you got the
well,
wizards
you
up
can
on the
fly
flying
next
carpet?
to us.
Fucker.
You toss Iggy down if there's any trouble. I'll keep him safe. You're on your own, Smith. You know how to protect yourself.
Rude.
All right.
That's a precious life she saved. She can't be giving it up that easy.
That's right. If Iggy dies, what was her sacrifice for?
Exactly.
Well,
Man, I actually completely forgot to mention something, so we'll have to have it happen on the next day. Okay, cool.
well.
Oh yeah,
So-
I wanted to message you. I'll message you now that you said something.
Sure.
You wanted to mention. I suppose I
Sure.
should check the weather, but I assume it's fine. Druidcraft.
Oh yeah, the
weather.
weather for today is going to be a few clouds. No participation, light breeze.
Precipitation.
What the fuck did I say?
Participation.
Oh, my bad.
I'm like, what?
Like, we're participating.
Oh, I'm like, what? No.
Precipitation, none. Temperature in the mid 60s.
No participation.
It is a mild day. It is a mild day. Stacy, I'll give you the heads up if you ever do want to cast Druidcraft, to know what the weather is. Just reference the calendar over on Fantasy Calendar, because that's what I go by.
Yeah, except this one time I checked the weather. And it was kind of weird because magic weather was happening.
Yeah, magic weather.
So I
I'll
need
give
to
you the heads
actually
up.
see what the DM.
I'll give you the heads up if that's the case. It's like, oh, this is gonna be clear, and then I'm like, yeah, but it suddenly changes. Okay, so Iluna, you want to head over and speak with Thistle, the young brother of Ander, and the friend of Maggie.
What?
Sorry,
Young sister.
yeah, the sister of Ander.
You said brother.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay. You just
Brother, sister, mister?
mix up
It's
all the
okay.
words today.
What have you been putting in that
You
watermelon,
remember.
Lucas?
What about my watermelon?
What you been putting in it? Mixing up all your words today.
I know.
Anyhow. No, I was just say that I'm glad we got back before you guys headed off. Soon we'll be in your new home. Hopefully you can set up a nice
Yeah.
home with your brother and I don't even know who her guardians are.
Elmore Barthen.
Yeah, and Elmar.
Yeah.
And then we'll...
Elmar said that he's gonna be giving up. He's gonna be letting Ander take over.
Yeah,
I hope we
been
hire
doing
somebody
some of the work.
else.
How much?
There'll be folks in Lylon. Maybe there'll be someone looking to help.
Hopefully.
In a nice store that you guys.
She
can
kind of
get
cuts
set
you
up.
off as you're saying this. She says, "You're gonna save Maggie, right?"
Yeah, that's
Who's Maggie?
our next. That's our next big thing. To work towards. Get you guys to Lylon and then take her to that special island with the temple. I want to say
Ow.
restoration on it.
She says, "Okay, Avery. Last night I had some trouble sleeping. I couldn't stop crying. I kept thinking about it. That moment when she pushed me out of the way.
Well, she did what her instincts had her do. There's nothing you can change about that. It's okay to feel sad for what happened. Anyone would be. I think she'd reach to try and give her a hug if she seemed receptive.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she'll accept the hug. She as she's embracing you, you hear her kind of mutter under her voice. She says, Did you ever think that, you know, when you see something like that happen, did you ever have a moment where you think that it should have been you? Because that's how I feel. I look over at Tolbin and Zelene, and I could hear Tolbin crying last night. It broke my heart. Because I feel like it should have been me.
It should have been me.
Yeah.
Fucking drunk you just sitting here murmuring to himself.
Making things worse for that poor kid. She already got survivor's remorse.
I don't quite know that feeling that it should have been me, but I do know how it is to have unfair losses happen. He's kind of referring to Skip, but also like Iggy happened immediately, but he's back, so she's still processing that he's not like lost. I kind of wrote about it here in my journal. I actually did write something related to that. I just
Sure, if you
shared
wanna
it.
if you wanna share it to me, I understand if you don't want to share it publicly.
But I did write something. I could probably put it in P5, but I don't
Sure,
want
yeah, if you feel
to.
comfortable with that, be my guest.
Hey, Lucas.
Yo, buddy.
While we're doing this traveling trip, I'm gonna
Mhm.
try to get a hold of Karen and be like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Okay.
With the whole Albina thing.
The whole Albina
So-
thing.
What?
Albina,
The book.
how the book. She
The
she's
book.
not in it anymore.
Oh. I gotcha.
He's like, I could
But,
have swore she signed that.
Yeah, I wrote something, but I don't want to share it. I decided. But anyhow, it's about loss. it started out, I did not know it would be the end. I thought it was the start of more blah 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 stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say that you
I would have said something different, or I would have done things different.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say that you are able to recite some to her. You kind of raise, kind of alleviate her spirits, help her better understand the feelings that she's having.
And hopefully we're gonna do everything we can with the best magic we've known about or have learned about to bring her back. She did what she knew in that fraction of a second, and you're still with us. And we're very grateful. And so is this little plant creature. And your brother.
Yeah.
Sadly, Maggie, maybe that's why she did it. She lost her whole family already. She tried to save you.
Maybe. She lost her whole family?
We think
Remember
her brother
we-
might be alive,
Yeah.
but her whole family. I don't know if she told you what she told you about her past, because it's really challenging thing to talk about.
Yeah, she didn't really tell me a whole lot. She said that something happened to her and her family, and that she was kind of lost for a while. She really didn't explain what it meant. But she said when she was younger, her family lived out in Long Saddle. She said they ran a thing for moving stuff.
Yeah, transporting.
Yeah.
Similar to this company doing these wagons. Driving these wagons.
She said she had a cat. His name was Maisie. I remember that. She said she also had somebody that cared for her and her brother while her parents were at work. A man named Reggie. I think his name was. She called him Reggie. She said another name too, but
don't remember Reggie.
Yeah, she told me about it. She said he was really nice. That he would make them breakfast and would get them ready and would make them dinner and would make sure that they got cleaned up.
Reggie's short for like
Reginald.
Reginald. Okay, Reginald is ringing a bell, and I don't know why. The name makes me think I should know. I guess I'll.
Do you want to roll a history check to see if Iluna can remember this?
Sure.
That's hazy. You can't place it. It's familiar.
It's not the name of our driver, though, is it?
Is it?
Is it? Because that's the first thing I thought. Hey, what's your name? I'll just ask Albina if she's next. That's who she thinks it is, and she can't tell.
She's gonna ask Albina.
Yeah, Reginald. Is that him? Our driver? Me
I'm pretty
would know.
sure. Do I need to roll history? Okay. Here we go.
Sure.
That's
I was gonna say that sounded just like it, but I was trying not to meta.
I would just I feel like she would just
Because I wasn't technically down there with you guys, but yeah.
I would just ask him. Well, I feel like when she next sees him, sees
17.
The name's familiar. You do think that there was somebody named Reginald.
Reggie.
Well, she'll just ask the driver what his name is.
You want to go ask? You want to lean out the wagon and ask the driver?
Sir, what was your name again?
She would be like, "Hey, you like those pancakes at the Wayside Inn?"
Oh, they were the best. They were the greatest.
Yeah,
And I'll be. You asked him his name.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. What was your name again?
Sir Reginald Ridgewell Hawks.
Albina Embers. Sorry about that. Couldn't remember.
Yeah, I wish I got some of them pancakes to go.
Oh, I had my whole fill of them this morning. I can't remember what his fucking accent was. Steve, say 3 words. Any 3 words with your accent.
Any 3 words?
Damn it. Damn it. I want to say he had an English accent. I want to say I gave him an English accent.
You did.
Yeah. Spot a
Yeah,
team,
'cause
you
that's-
right, chap. Yes. There we go. Reginald Ridgewell Hawks. Yes, no, of course, I got some pancakes this morning. This is gonna be his voice from at least now in my own headcanon.
I'm offended.
I hope so. I can't do accents. If you're not offended if I do an accent, I'm not doing it right.
Ah, man, I
I
was
think
just
that is him,
concerned
Iluna.
about getting these people on their way home. Thanks.
That is true. Get them down there and then get back to Neverwinter.
Neverwinter. One day I'll get back there. Anyhow, it was nice chatting.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you and Albina want to have a conversation?
I'm gonna-
Yeah, a really hushed one.
I'm gonna hop down
You're
there.
inside the wagon. The wagon is, you know,
Oh wait, no sound seemed to travel in or out. Of
I
the
mean,
Oh,
you
I'm
can-
in.
yeah,
I'm in the
it's-
wagon.
I assumed.
Okay, I didn't know how I was keeping an eye. Oh, but yeah, if Smith and Iggy are keeping an eye for now,
Yeah.
I'll be down there. What's with this Reginald? Why did you need to know his name again?
This'll. What did you say? Would Reginald whole name Hawks
I don't
sound? right?
think so. But no, Maggie told me that she had somebody that watched over her. I think she called him a butler. But his
Well-
name was Reggie. I think his name was Reginald.
I guess we'll just.
Do you remember anything particular she said about him?
She said he was really nice. Said that- Said that he took really good care of their cat.
Okay.
Maisie.
Was he British?
I was just gonna say, did he have any kind of distinctive?
I don't know. I've never met him. I'm
You didn't met
sorry.
Yeah, Maggie
Yeah, Maggie just told me about him.
and the cat Maisie.
Yeah.
I don't.
Albina's gonna go ahead and have Rafa turn back into the cat that looks just like Maggie's cat. And she's gonna go back outside and sit with him. Back over next to Reginald.
Okay.
Oh, it's about time for my Mim cat to get some fresh air. You don't mind if we sit here? You don't have any allergies, do you?
you're doing a swap between Smith or somebody. All right, tag team. My
He's
turn.
you know, he's at his reins on the mechanical horse and says, "No, darling, I have no issues whatsoever. You are more than welcome. Was fond of cats at one time. Used to have one," and he kind of like looks over at you and sees your mim cat there sitting in your lap and says, "Oh, looked rather similar to that one."
Oh, really? This is Rafa. Say hi, Rafa.
I assume Rafa comes across and like kind of nuzzles up against him, says, "Oh, what a wonderful little kitty." He takes his hand off the rein, gives him a pat, and says, "Well, that was a seemingly lifetime ago, it seems. Had a cat."
What was your cat's name?
Oh, wasn't necessarily my cat. Was the cat of a family I looked after. His name was Maisie. It was a fine cat. After that, yes, well, it was a fine cat. See that you see that as he says this, he kind of gets this like you know, almost like 1,000-yard stare at a point, and then just yes, was a lovely cat.
Are you still in touch with that family? I'm sure they'd let you come back and visit.
No, unfortunately not. That bit of a tragedy, you see. But 10 years ago, the whole family, well, truth be told, never sure exactly what happened to them. Just, there's never bodies found or anything. Some folks suspected foul play, but family was never found. It was a tragedy, to say the least. It was a lovely family. Gregor and Vivian were hardworking folks. They did everything they could to make this business as profitable as they could. See, they were business owners. They were operating a station for, well, company I work for, the Wagon Wheel Cloak Society. They had competition, see, a group known as the Perfectone Mercantile. They tried buying them out, the station and all. The Wagon Wheel Society, the Wagon Wheel Cloaks, and we have a number of stations, but the Perfectone group specializes in magical transportation. They find it more convenient, but it has its dangers. You don't know exactly where you're going. You could end up in a mountain, in the bottom of a lake, or in the middle of a volcano. You never know, and you could end up somewhere and all of your belongings somewhere else. So they fought back as best they can. Then one day, about 10 years ago, the family was taking a trip down south, and I received news and word some weeks later that they never arrived. Or a week later, they never arrived. The wagon was eventually found, all the wares gone, the family not to be seen. Could not tell you what happened to them. After that, I took over operations at the Long Saddle Station. Maisie and I grew bonded, was a lovely cat. Fortunately, she passed away a few years ago now. We used to ride together. It's a lovely cat. I used to read to her and, taught her to do some minor tricks and whatnot. But that is a time forgotten.
Albina's just overcome with grief at this moment, and she just starts crying, and she's like,
"You all right?
Maggie loved her so much."
How did you know her name?
We found Maggie. That's who we're going to save.
You found young Maggie. Where? Did you find the others? Gregor and Vivian and Matthias?
I haven't found Matthias yet, but I have sources that tell me he's alive. Maggie is who we're transporting right now. I couldn't save her.
Maggie is here, you were saying, amongst the group. I did not see her.
She's dead right now.
You see a look of, gloom just overtake him.
We were trying to find her brother, and she was living fine with Lenine. Or, no, wait, not Lenine. Is it Lenine?
Zeline.
Okay. Zeline.
Yeah. Celine.
And she told me this is what Maisie looked like, and it's okay now, Rafa. And he turns back to his normal colors.
Okay.
I would let him play with her, and something horrible happened to her family. We didn't know the full details, but my heart breaks even more that I couldn't protect her.
I as well, dear. I looked at those children as my own. My wife passed away many, many years ago, before we could ever bear children. I would never love another woman. But when I entered into employment for the Shincrocs, those two became what I had missed in my life.
Surely we can find Matthias and reunite him. Surely there's something you can remember that can help us search for him. But
I could not say.
right now, I need to let you focus, and I need to refocus myself.
And he kind of looks up at one of the other wagons and says, Jensen, let Dale know, I need you to take the reins here for a moment. I'll pull up alongside. I need to check on something. You see the wagons, they, go from being staged back and forth to the one pulls up next to each other, and one of the other drivers, who is, they have always at least one extra driver. This way when someone needs to take a break. Mm-hmm. And he takes the reins, and Reginald stands up and looks at you and says, "Is she inside?"
She's in there. We have her under a spell so that we can try to bring her back.
I see. May I?
Wait,
Sure.
as this is happening,
I imagine you'd hear
who-
Albina weeping.
there, I guess.
I imagine this is going
we were
on.
Septis and Smith were supposed to be keeping watch. Well,
Yep.
Albina came down, but
But then Albina went up onto the.
she
up
went
onto
back
the,
up, but this Was
Yeah.
Septis and Smith still there? Or...
I would say
They're flying above us, I
Yeah,
thought.
I would say Garen. I would say Smith and Seftis would be privy to this conversation. Me would also be privy because he was up there. The only two that I know that were inside at that moment was Iluna, who was sitting there with Thistle, and you, who was sitting there nursing a case of ale.
Okay, because I wasn't certain where me would have.
I put me on the front
positioned
wagon.
him.
I put me on one of the wagons just so I know where he is. And
if any of this would have been overheard from the inside,
You probably would have heard Albina
Yeah.
start crying frantically, like I couldn't save her, and she loved Maisie, you know.
I would say
because I didn't want to
say-
like interject if I wasn't there.
No, I would
so
say-
if
I would say
could-
if
You could
you-
peek your head out when I was crying.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like while the conversation was going, you could have peeked your head out the door.
Because at some point, if she did sound upset, yeah, Iluna would.
I'm sure you'd have been
ignored
curious
her.
too, because I was like,
Yeah.
hold on, showing like you'd see my Mim cat like change to Maisie's color, and you're like, what's she
Maybe
doing? Peeking out.
Try to like hear what's going on. But their wagons are still moving forward. There's
Wagons
no
are still
like
moving.
taking a rest right
Nope.
now.
Because I mean, you guys have two carts that have mechanical horses, but you also have two carts that have standard horses. So there is moments of pause to just like, you know, feed the normal horses and stuff that are carrying more of the supplies.
Yeah, I want to say Albina goes with him and, you know, lets him pay his respects, and
Yeah, we'll say,
and then she would want to talk to him.
yeah, we'll say that you guys, the two of you head down into the wagon where Iluna.
Which wagon is it a different wagon to where Iluna?
No,
like,
no,
is
it would be.
Maggie and Maggie's
I'm
body
not.
and
I'm not being overly specific about which wagon it is. If it's the wagon that you're in, it's the wagon you're in. I'm not. I don't have maps or nothing, so it can be. We can have where you is, where Iluna is the same one that Reginald was on, and Albina, and that's where Thistle is. That is now also where Tolbin and Zelene and their currently deceased adoptee child.
Like at equal main concern for Iluna is making sure we travel safely, but to mind Maggie's body, so she would be there.
So it would make sense that Albina and
Yeah, that she
Iluna
would
were
be in that
also
one.
on the same wagon where Maggie's body was being transported, and Tolbin and Zelene aren't going very far from there. That's also the wagon that Barthen, that Elmar, Ander, and Thistle are on. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. So yeah, as you kind of have the door open, you're kind of listening as Thistle is, like sitting there. She's kind of curious about like what's going on, but she's also reading into your journal, and kind of trying to take her mind off of it and and process it all. But you, Iluna, you see Reginald walking down into this space, into one of the, TARDIS-like interiors.
Albina wiping away tears.
That's what I was waiting for, because Iluna would say, let her rest, and would guard her. He doesn't know him at all.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you see. Well, I'll say this. I'll say you see Reginald coming down in, and you see Albina coming in with tears running down her face behind, and you see that he looks over at you, Albina, Iluna, kind of looks around at some of the other folks and says, where is she?
If you didn't know she was here this entire time, you can wait.
Miss, please, you must understand. I was unaware of who it was we were transporting. this is a young lady that I helped raise for many years, and it has been...
Can I insight check this?
Sure. Go and roll insight.
Albina's kind of like right in the middle between him and her.
The look in his eyes is... The look in his eyes is that of as if a grandfather had just found out that his grandchild has died. You are looking...
I can't explain.
You're looking at basically a broken man.
I can't explain, and I'm sorry, and I'm just wiping my tears from it, you know? It's him. It's her old caretaker.
I can... Whatever you wish for me to tell you, please. I had my moment to grieve a decade ago. But to find out that even recently I would have been able to see her smiling face, I must have... I just would want to know if it is her.
We know what happened to her those 10 missing years. If you want to know, I can tell you.
I do.
When we stop.
Albina's gonna kind of motion him to sit down. Just have a seat for a moment. It's a lot to take in.
Was that Iluna doesn't want to disturb Thistle and anyone else anymore about the polymorphed people.
Of course.
And apparently through Thistle, Maggie didn't tell her story very much at all.
That's understandable. Yeah.
So,
Reginald, you can sit here with her in the meantime and talk with Iluna after we arrive.
but
I'll go back up top, so you have
I
space.
guess Iluna would also look to Zelene and Tolbin. And, like, I'm sure they're confused why this guy's like, I need to see her.
Yeah. Tolbin looks over and says, So is it true you knew Maggie? And Reginald says, yes, I did. She was a wonderful young girl. Her and her brother. I watched over them for many years while her parents worked. We never found out exactly what happened. Sorry, what's that?
Iluna would look to them, since they became her new parental figures, about showing her face. Like, do they want to be processing this right now? In addition to everything else.
You kind of motion this, and Zelene, you can see that she's a bit wary. And she kind of has like a bit of a raised eyebrow, as her like more initial kind of scrutinizing emotions take hold. But Tobin looks at the rest, or looks at him and says, well, I don't see an issue if you just want to make sure that it's her. Just, just gotta be careful. We're taking her to an island. Apparently there's some folk that are able to bring her back. And he says, you are able to bring her back? And he looks over at Iluna and says, is this true?
far as we're aware.
Well then,
I trust in magic as much as I trust in my instincts, so...
yes. And I hope one day to hear her sweet voice again. In the meantime, if it is no trouble, I will do everything to be as discreet as possible. I do not wish to disturb anybody.
Iluna would leave it up to her new parents.
Tolbin,
The similar eye of wariness that Zelene is probably still holding, so...
Tolbin stands up and kind of ushers Reginald to stand up as well and says, well, come on.
Oh, wait, we have to move? I'm thinking she's like...
No,
dead
she's there.
bodies
She's
right
there.
nearby.
She's there.
Either way, she will go with
Okay.
them.
He says, come on. He's like, what you say is true. You know this girl far longer than I have. I'd only,
She's gonna be watching him to be muttering some ridiculous thing like magic spells.
I've only known her for a short time, but, she's a wonderful young lady.
She
It
grew
was,
to trust you.
Wait, who are you saying that to?
She grew to trust you to, Tolbin.
Oh. Yeah, she was a good kid. Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy, you know, you think, funny enough, it's only been a short month, but, it's like she's always been there. And he says this as he's leading Reginald over to where Maggie has been gingerly placed, is under wraps at the moment, in a padded box to keep her body safe. Well, it's not like an Amazon box. It's like a. It's like somewhere so that there's not just a dead body lying around.
No, I just imagined where'd they get the box, so I just imagined she was wrapped nicely, but there was just the
thrown
body
in the
around.
corner.
Not thrown in the corner, but
they,
no one had a fancy box.
They were able to get a box from Bax out at the wayside to keep her body safe. And you see that Tolbin walks over, moves the lid of this box over, and pulls back the wrap. And there you see, laying in the box, is young Maggie. And Reginald, at that point, just he sort of grabs his chest, and you hear him, oh. My young Maggie Bell. Oh. And he looks over at Tolbin, and you can see Tolbin's eyes start tearing up as Reginald's do, and he looks over and to Tolbin and says, he's hurt. I can't believe it. After all these years.
You still recognize her. She was just a child.
She was just a child, but I could see it in her eyes. Her nose is exactly like her mother's. She looks just the same as she ever did.
Luna would reach out to him. Like, squeeze his arm or pat his back or... but not full-on hug because, you know, new person. He doesn't know how he would react.
And he moves the cloth back, and Tolbin moves the lid back, and Tolbin says, "Yeah, that's our girl. She saved that little one over there," and kind of gestures to Thistle. Says, "The whole place was coming down, and yeah, I just can't believe it."
Excuse me, that was inappropriate.
Says, back at the back at the keep, and you see whenever he says that, Reginald, like his like head snaps to the side and says, "Back at the keep? You mean where we were staying?" And Tolbin says, "Well, yeah. When those damn orcs attacked, the ceiling came down, and well, but then we did what we could, and they tried everything they could, but nothing worked. Now we're gonna be taking her somewhere, some island, I heard." And you see Reginald, he sits down with like a heavy slump into one of the seats. Says, "Maggie was there.
You did not mingle.
And I was... I did not... I did not even think to meet the folks I was going to be transporting. I have grown cold in my days, and I don't normally mingle. And that has robbed me of an opportunity. I feel a fool.
Maybe you can help make things right.
Whatever I can do, please tell me."
When we next stop, we can talk about that other family and what you know of them. We're right here in the wagon.
It's up to you.
I don't know. My head, he's the lead wagon driver. He knows what he's doing more.
He is.
But my queries were to know what they look like. But you knew of the other company, the lead family.
I could not...
How you could track them.
There would not be much that you would have to track. It is simply the Perfecto Mercantile Group. They are still in operation.
Alvina did mention she wanted to talk with Reginald and Iluna after about everything she talked to him about and Maggie's family.
Yeah.
So maybe they can discuss that too.
Okay.
Yeah, I would tell him at some point how we found her. And like the horrible, but like not in the wagon around every.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So
Did you?
I don't.
Reginald, when you kind of refer to this, he says, "If you want, we can go up top and discuss it there."
Sure. It just, these folks have been through a lifetime.
Yes.
And they don't I feel like maybe Zelene knows she was a cow. I forget if we told any of the. Because
Zelene knew because Maggie kind of bonded her on that.
But I don't know if they we found.
But I don't know how much they really told anyone else.
But yeah, we can go up top.
The funny thing is, there was information that Zelene did pass on to two people. One of them no longer with the party. The other one is on a flying carpet.
Oh, Smith, freaking get down here.
He'll hear us when we get up top.
Yeah. So you guys head up top.
Now we can gesture to the rest of the party, important talking's going on, so keep an ear out, I guess. I don't know, Hannah, if there was something you wanted to touch upon specifically first.
I think Albina would kind of just tell you everything, kind of just throw out everything he told her, little frantic. I can't believe this. It's her Reggie, the keeper, the butler, and I was just probing with changing Rafa into Maisie, and I just found that out. But he might be able to help us find Matthias, and he might know some more details, and we can share everything we know. And when we bring Maggie back, we can find Matthias.
Yeah. Finding her brother is definitely important. She would look down and just say either way. And she'd turn to Reggie and say, I feel like you should know the details of how we found her. It only seems it's not good and it's gruesome. So I don't know what you want to know. The vaguest of details.
I would like to know if whatever you know, anything that I can provide to possibly bring justice.
Let him know everything. And this other family dealt with magic in transporting. I think that's really important to note.
We found her transformed into a cow.
To a cow?
That's how she lived the past 10 years.
Those wretches.
There's powerful magic, and this one's...
Who would ever do such a thing?
And those were orcs too, at that house that we found them.
I don't know if those orcs were involved, though. I feel like they came upon a farm that was not well secured. But goodness.
Did you...
The farm. I want to call it BK, but that's not right. Big Owl.
BAK, Big Al Calzorn.
BAK, okay. Big Owl's farm out this area. Wherever it's at.
Points that way.
Here on the map. And it seemed her family were all transferred into some livestock, and
we did find
purchased them, but he had no idea.
Vivian and Gregor didn't survive.
And we didn't find any signs of her brother at the time. Because when transform people, she doesn't want to say polymorph, she doesn't think he knows. When they lose their lives. They transform back to the humans or the beings they were before.
I see. They were Gregor and Vivian are...
I think Iluna would pull out her collar, but
Oh,
just
the
show
collar,
him
yeah.
briefly and then put it back.
This is the thing that did it to her.
And he called
It-
her Maggie Bell. Out of character.
He did.
Didn't she have a cowbell?
He did. He did.
Oh my gosh.
Well, oh.
We think they met their demise through the orcs, but I don't think the orcs had anything to do. I think they just raided an empty farm or a near empty farm. But in your travels, I don't imagine you've heard Big Owl.
I have heard of his butter skulls. They are known.
Did he just say butter skulls?
It's the name of the ranch. It's the name of the ranch.
Butterskull Ranch. That's what
And
he did.
until
He
now, it
made
never
butter.
remotely occurred to me why it was called that.
Why do you think it was called Butterskull Ranch? I described
I don't know.
Oh no, that's right.
I don't think you did.
Because Zash was the only one who went into the basement that got to see that there were skulls made of butter sitting on the shelves, because you guys torched the house
And they melted.
I don't remember that. I don't remember it being
Why do you
described. It's
call
been
him
a long time.
Albina's gonna just ask him, what do you mean butter skulls? I'm not
She would
following.
say,
Big Al Big Al's famous for he's a butter churner and was particularly skilled in shaping it to be of a skull.
Oh my goodness, poor Maggie.
that's so gross. Yes.
She had to be.
No.
Oh,
No.
But the thing is that his cow was not named Maggie. And her name, his famous cow's name was Petunia.
oh no!
But she pulled out the bell.
It was Petunia.
Huh?
It didn't have a name on it.
It did, but he didn't look at it.
Well,
That was Maggie. Albina's just gonna start crying at this point. As if that poor child didn't go through enough.
Are you telling me?
Curse those butter skulls.
You see Reginald like vomits over the edge of the of the wagon.
Luna's like feeling this, but she's trying to always remain like on task. But that's like the same thing. Like, oh.
Albina's failing any perception check right now. She's a hot mess, emotional.
Are you
can't.
telling me that I have ingested the cow? The butter from the cow
Funny.
that was one of my cared children. Oh,
When did you cook this up? We already talked about where was this discussion about can you get food parts from polymorph people?
Wouldn't need to cook it if it's butter.
that's right.
It was milk. It was so.
Wasn't supposed to come in game.
Maggie.
It says,
I can't even handle it.
Albina's just crying on Iluna at this point.
I can't
okay.
believe it's not butter.
Solar.
I can't believe it's not butter. I can't believe it's not Maggie, but it is, and it always was. You see that you see that Reginald kind of adjusts himself and says, I wish to know who did this to her. They must be brought to justice. You were asking about the others that were causing the issues with the Shincroc family. There's a group known as the Perfecto Mercantile Group, but I don't know if any one of them would be this vindictive, this evil, to do something like this. I also
Did any of them had a metal hand?
I don't ever remember there being somebody with a metal hand.
Oh my god.
I feel like these orcs, they had something to do with it. We're going after orcs now. I need to regroup. I need to think. I can't be this weak. I need to think.
What were the orcs? She was turned 10 years ago. They just raided a farm. If they could have done polymorph, they probably would have aimed it at one of us.
No, I'm just saying they're connected somehow with the current ones we're dealing with. There has to be some kind of connection.
Also, I feel just out of game, we killed most of those orcs in all of the region of Phandalin in one form or another.
You guys did kill all the orcs back at Butterskull Ranch, and you did kill most of the orcs at Umbridge Hill.
Which I feel like would
I'm
be
just thinking, who is
connected.
their out of game? Who is their leader? Who is above all of them? That's what Albina is trying to get at.
Oh, I think it's the other company. Somehow. You said, in your experience, they were having trouble transporting. They were having a bad reputation. To
Yes.
counteract this, they just take out the competition in any ways means.
But
Maggie said she remembered she was, no. We were going to try and get to a agricultural trading thing in like another month.
oh, that was something that Big Al told you guys about.
Yeah, that's where he said he got them.
Matthias could still be there. We need to get all those animals.
So, oh,
Smith just
So
like
part of
peeks down.
yeah. So I hear this going on about the trading company, right? Or
Yes.
the mercantile. And I thought everyone else was aware. Everyone was aware that about the transmutator that made the bell and the polymorph necklace or the polymorph band.
I don't know if.
Yeah.
Okay.
No?
I wasn't
Wait,
sure. I didn't know. I know that Zelene told you and Vanadar about that.
I don't remember if I was there or not in
I don't
game
know if he told
or
us.
if I know this as meta. So you can tell us now.
Remind us.
Nope. And who was the wizard or whatever that did it?
Zelene, back then, Zelene told you there was a transmuter by the name of Breen Grazov.
Oh yeah, Grazov, the same as Almo.
She told the two of you, after hearing what had happened and seeing the bell, that Breen was the one who originally released the cursed rats that ended up biting her and turning her into a were-rat.
Okay. I can't say for sure if Zelene told everyone that.
No, Zelene.
Like, I know that
Zelene
name
did not tell everyone. Zelene told Vanadar and Smith because that conversation happened right outside of. It happened right outside in Phandalin between Barthen's Provisions and the Stonehill Inn, because Iluna and Albina were inside with Maggie at the time.
Yeah, because I remember I don't think I was involved at all in the conversation.
I know,
So
I remember the whole name, but
How does Zelene know all this about him releasing the rats?
because she got bit.
I mean, did she see him release the rats, or how did she know his name? Or I guess is what I'm asking.
She never explained that to you. That wasn't really anything that was ever discussed or gone further into.
She's his ex, Smith, okay?
She's here now, right?
She is.
Yeah.
She's right down. She's right down inside of the wagon that this
With Thistle
conversation
and all
is
the
happening
kids
on.
and...
So,
Yeah.
if you guys want, you could usher her up there if you want to ask her some questions. She is available.
Maybe a good idea.
Irina, would you mind
On this
calling
guy.
her over? She might be closer to you.
So that name doesn't ring any bells to Reginald, right?
Breen Grazov, no. No, he is just as confused at the name as anyone else would be.
Yeah, let's bring Zelina up, and I think now would be a good time to ask her a little bit more.
Okay.
Iluna has the gentle touch and the more inviting features than Avina.
Do you, Iluna? There, she was asking if you would go and
if you would call our witness over.
Call our witness.
Judge, I'd like to call witness.
Ridiculous. Yeah, I would go down and ask Zelene if she could talk with Reggie, and nod my head towards Maggie. I mean, she was right there when she saw him.
It's true. She's yes. Okay. And she comes outside up on top. Sees kind of everyone has pulled around a bit and says, "What is this about?"
I'll just scooch over and make a space for her to have a seat.
Okay.
I don't know what's this about.
Well, we're all I guess. How do you? I don't know how to.
It's all good. Take your time.
I'll interrupt him, just strategically. We were talking to Reginald, and as you're aware, he knew Maggie, and
Yes.
there's some details that we feel would be beneficial to know if you wouldn't mind talking with us.
Okay. What is it that I can help you with?
What did you know about?
Yeah.
Sorry. What? Say that again.
Would Smith have told us the oh my goodness, the other Grazov?
I don't know if he did. But
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Smith. You're good.
If I told you what?
The name.
If you told the rest of the party about the other Grazov.
Yeah, just a minute ago.
Yeah.
If it had already been discussed in the past.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely a minute ago.
As a quick reminder.
Yeah.
Smith says that you were transformed and it had something to do with a Breen Grazov.
When you say that, you see that her nose kind of tightens. Her eyebrows kind of furrow a bit, and she says, "Yes. What does this have to do with?" And she kind of pieces a few things together, and yes, Maggie. I understand. What is it you would like to know?
We're just trying to figure out
if he would be connected with this transport company or what. looks
I
like?
cannot say for certain that he would be connected to a transport company. He was a transmuter. He was all about changing everything. Nothing was perfect in his eyes. He hated the way things were and wanted to mutate and betray the truth. He was the one that unleashed a horde of accursed rats upon my village when I was a child. When I gained this... You see that there's like a moment when she's about to say, her next word, you can see that she struggles like back and forth with it. But then in this moment she says, this curse.
Curse, I knew it.
I cannot say that Breen, and she kind of spits off to the side as the name crosses her lips, would be the one working for that group, but money talks. You see, though, as this name has been said around a few times now, there comes a moment when Reginald pauses and says, Grazov. That... It took me a moment. Are you sure that it is Grazov, not Gravinsky? Zelene says, no. I would know if it was I would know the difference between Grazov and Gravinsky. And Reginald says, well, because the owner of the Perfectone Mercantile Group is a man by the name, is a woman by the name of Beth Gravinsky. Beth Jesus Gravinsky.
What? No, it just sounds like something else, anyhow.
What? I would like to know more. I have a spell that can let me possibly spy on him and get more information from him if I know more about Bren, the transmutator. I say to Zelene.
Is that true? What is it that you need to know?
Anything distinct that you can tell me about him, really? What he looked like? And then I'll gesture to Iluna for what was it? A band of some sort? A
The bell?
bracelet?
The bell?
Yeah, the polymorph belt, or it was a
Yeah, Petunia's bell.
Oh, yeah.
yeah bell. Yeah.
Collar, wasn't it?
A collar, yeah.
Yeah.
A
It had
collar with a
bell
bell on it.
Yeah. I'll ask for that.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's it. Yes, it's huge. Jeff Bezos.
No, it's Beth
That's
Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Beth Jesus Gravinsky. Okay, so you are going to attempt to cast scrying. So, okay. All right. So Zelene sits there and she says, "Well, it has been a
Would it
long
help
time."
to have more than one buckle collar thing? Eileen's got like 3. They're from different animals.
Technically speaking, no. Smith will get a bonus for a connection thing, and he'll get a bonus. He's gonna have, essentially, with the description that Zelene's gonna offer, it's gonna be secondhand knowledge. So basically the save modifier with the bell is gonna be a +1 across the whole thing, because secondhand knowledge increases the save modifier by 5, but possession decreases it by 4. So
What do I need to roll again?
let me double check. Let's see. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical connection you have to it. If a target knows you're casting the spell, it can fail it if it wants to. So he would have to make a let me see here. Wisdom, it's wisdom 18, but the save modifier, yeah. Oh, that's right, because failing it is what you want him to do. So yeah, the save going up here hurts you. That's right. So yeah, this would be a DC 19 that he has to roll. So let me pull something up here real quick.
Smith, before you cast this, what if they are the same person?
What do you
Can't-
mean?
What if Beth, the information that you could get from Reginald, information about that family, is actually information about the Grazov? Is that how you say it?
Grazov. Yep.
That could be
It
his
might-
alias. Wouldn't that
Um,
help you?
No, unfortunately not. They might be the same person, but I don't think it would affect the spell at all.
Got it.
Okay.
But I mean, if it fails, I'll definitely try to get more information about that other guy.
So let me see one thing real fast. What is that school magic? Yeah, that's obviously divination. Why am I blanking on that?
What do you mean? Detection?
No,
Level...
scrying. What the school is? It's divination. That's what I had to look up. Okay, cool. I just had to see this list of spells. Okay, so she starts to describe this figure to you. She says, he is, the last I've seen him was a long time ago, but he had white hair, a wide, long mustache, a beard that was kept together by some ornament. he had these long claw-like fingers, and these pointy ears. He wore these strange ornate robes that were, I believe, a bluish color, and they had a gold filigree to them, this patchwork, and she does her best over a few minutes of trying to describe this
Do we
person.
hear this?
Yeah.
I think we're sitting right next
Do
to
the
them.
robes sound familiar to any of us?
I will, for your own sake, post a picture of Almo Grazov.
Who's Elmo Grazov?
I remembered those fingers when you
Almo
said that.
Grazov was the necromancer that you guys killed north of Neverwinter. He was the one that had killed and kind of aided in the orchestration of Zash's brother being killed. Because he was the one in possession with Zash's brother's body and was performing the ritual, seemingly in another plane of existence where you guys had to escape from there when you guys got to the Wizard's Tower, where the flying carpet was found.
That's not my necromancer robes, are they?
Yes. No. Yes?
They are. You did find those robes there. Those were his robes, but they are not as she is describing.
Okay, I wasn't thinking about him. But
Just the fingers when you
Galio
said that.
Galio Elbero. What does his robes look like?
Galio Elibro looks
That's who I
like
was
that.
trying to think of.
Oh,
Not
that
like
guy.
that.
I remember that guy.
So she begins to describe this to you, and you have the bell in your hand. So I'm going to go ahead and roll for who it is you are trying to connect to.
No whammies.
And again, this is a DC 19 wisdom save. So make sure that we're on public. And I'll give you the truth. He has a +3 to wisdom. That is an 8. Smith, as you begin to cast this, you have your spellcasting focus. You have your Staff of Fire that has the orb at the top. And as you hold it in your hand, you have the bell in your other hand. And you are beginning to murmur the verbal incantation to cast this spell, speaking, the arcane language, trying to draw an image to your head. And as you do, the 10 minutes that you guys sit here and watch Smith cast this, eventually, Smith, your eyes flash with arcane magic. You see around you a room that appears to have a number of desks sitting around, and there appears to be a number of alchemical components sitting on these tables. You can see that there are various colored liquids moving through them, and you can hear in the distance the sound of animals. You can hear the chittering sound of rats, the sounds of dogs barking and cats meowing. You can hear the sound of pigs oinking, of horses neighing, of cows mooing. But when you glance around, you see all of this. You see that there are books upon the walls. There are boards that have instructions written on them in the arcane language. Some of them you recognize to be various transmutation spells, and different effects and ingredients necessary. And standing in the center of all this, you see a figure wearing blue robes with a long white beard and a long white mustache, as he has two books seemingly floating in the air that he is reading from. And as you are casting this and you are viewing through this space, I'm going to post a picture there in the chat of the figure that you see. And he's looking about these two books, and you see that he wafts his hand. He turns back and wafts his hand over. You see a scroll lifting through the air, and then he pauses and he looks directly at you, and he says, "Hello there. It is rude of you to spy." And with the wave of a hand, you suddenly are disconnected from that space, as you could see the murmurings under his breath as he cast Dispel Magic.
I'll relay all that to the group and kind of reiterate the fact that there were a lot of animal sounds, so so he's got to be at a farm or something like that, right?
You can make that assumption.
He definitely is as Zelene described, and not what Reginald was alluding to. But there still could be a connection, I feel. It's not to say we should count that out, but
Well, we have our own little changeling right in the party, so we knew people could. Not to mention he'd just make himself look different.
what's up?
Can he make himself make
She's alluding to the fact that you as a changeling and can make himself look like other people. So with that knowledge, you guys know that people can disguise themselves to look like others.
That's true.
So, the room, did you say there were desks? And Smith relayed what you basically would have said. Like a school?
I will say the room was circular in nature. You could see windows outside that told of an evening sky, much like the sky that is over you guys at the moment.
I'm not sure what that tells us. A tower.
Oh man, it's crazy, right? A wizard in a tower?
I've never heard that
That's
before.
nuts.
First time.
There's a lot of animals nearby. Well, they could all be hit as polymorph animals. Who knows? Well, that wasn't too helpful. My scrying.
Just confirms there's a powerful wizard. That's about it. We know what he looks like. It seems like he's still at it. I'm guessing that's what we're learning. Didn't get bored of polymorphing people.
But now I know what he looks like, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you have that clear clear idea in your head of Breen
So-
Grazov.
The way he's been described, it doesn't remind Iluna of that weird symbol.
I'm sorry,
one time
your
she
mic
saw-
cut out. What did you say?
So, when I was thinking about Elbaros, is because Iluna saw something on his robes, and
Yes.
no one else did. None of the symbols or anything he talked about reminds her of that.
No.
what? Can I do like an Arcana check to see how he saw my sensor? I mean, it's
Sure.
invisible, right?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and roll Arcana.
The only thing I
Actually-
can think of is to like detect magic or like.
Actually, I will just give you this information. Look at the last sentence of the second to last paragraph under scrying.
Okay, 1 second.
I thought it could be allowed to be failed.
Where are we? Well,
Look at scrying. Second to last paragraph, the very last
So you can-
sentence.
yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Ag-
But
What's
any creatures can any creatures inherently see invisible objects, or is that like he's what race was he? From what I could tell.
I will say based on the ears, you might assume he might have elven. He might have some elven blood.
Okay.
He
So-
did have pointy ears, those goddamn knife ears.
Could like detect magic be or not detect magic, see invisibility be like enchanted on like clothing or something like that, or a piece of armor?
See invisibility could be enchanted on anything. He wasn't wearing any glasses or anything like that. But it could it could be cast on something.
Excuse me.
So that is a thing. There, magic does have a time being weird occasionally. I will say that you also know that there are some creatures out there just
That inherently.
that can see. You know what? Let me do this. I'll do this. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check. See if okay. So Smith is obviously aware that there are some creatures out there that can inherently see invisibility. You know, they can either see invisible things or they have true seeing. They have true sight. Knowing that this is a transmuter, and transmutation magic is the magic that changes the properties of things, you do kind of have the thought that if this is a high enough level transmuter, he may have been able to transmute his own eyes to just be able to see invisible, like to have true sight. So transmutation magic is one of those things. Even though Smith is aware that that true seeing, the spell true seeing, is divination, you could technically transmute something to have a certain property if it was a high enough level spell.
Now, what can you tell me about Beth Jesus Grazovinsky?
Beth Jesus Gravinsky? Grazovinsky.
One of the wealthiest in the realm.
Are you asking? I'm assuming you're asking Reginald this?
Correct.
Okay. It says, Well, she's a shrewd businesswoman, to be certain. She has bought out most companies, but in her, I've never known her to be somebody that would do something like this. Do you need me to describe her? Are you going to do your strange magics?
Perhaps, but what led you to just the fact that we mentioned the company? Is all that led you to the name?
The name Grazov made me think of. I was trying to think if I knew the name somewhere, and I was thinking back to the times before when I was in the employ of the Shincrocs, and the name Grazov eventually hit me with Gravinsky. I keep saying Gravinsky. It's Grazovinsky. It might be nothing. It might not be a connection or anything, but I mean, to say that somebody is evil, well, when it comes to business, she is as shrewd as it comes.
I don't want to interrupt Smith if you're still got questions.
I'm just thinking a moment. You can do your thing.
You said you might be able to describe her?
Scry on her, yeah.
No, I meant...
Oh, for him to describe her?
Yeah.
Describe her.
If I have to.
It would be helpful if you could remember any details and I could write them down and try to sketch them. I'm kind of just thinking she has the ability to do the disguise kit, so she's learned how to draw, I guess, as best as he can describe.
I mean, I would say you probably, you have like a good handle on, makeup and stuff like that. So yeah, we could say, because a disguise kit is going to be more of like makeups and hair dye and stuff like that. It would be different if it was, like painter's tools.
No, I mean, using a disguise kit proficiency, I would feel like the ability to draw facial features. I mean, you can't disguise yourself if you don't know what something looks like. I also have something. Anyhow, his description is the more important part. She's just trying to like take it all down.
Okay.
If you could describe her.
Yeah, so he starts describing this woman who he describes as older in ways that somebody shouldn't be. He says she is she seems to never gets any older, but her age seems to betray her. She has white hair. She has I'm sorry. I'm not the best at this. She has she's wrinkly. Oh, you know what? She has a mole that is right here, but she hides it with her hair all the time. It's like, we get it. It's there.
Her hair is long.
Yes,
And
long,
like
flowing
shoulder
white.
length, waist length.
Further down to her ass.
Nobody has hair that long.
Well, Beth Grazovinsky does.
How about ethnicity? Human.
Honestly, I
or-
can't say I've ever seen her ears. She's human otherwise. I would not say
Ilena's
otherwise.
skin tone's supposed to be pale blue, but it changes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Height compared to me.
How tall is Iluna?
I don't know, like 5'6". She's not super tall. She's not a tall elf.
She's about your height. I'm sorry I'm not better at describing her. I thought I would be. Her stupid fucking face. Every time I see her, I try and avoid my gaze from her.
Well, it sounds like you'd recognize her if you ever saw her, which is something, I suppose.
No! Dale! Dale! And he yells up to the other cart. He says, "Do you have the advertisement?" And the other driver says, "What?" Says, "The advertisement for the Perfectones." He's, Dale's, "Nah, maybe, hold on." Goes down, reaches under his seat, pulls out this crumpled ball of paper. Said, "Oh, yeah, here." And he like leans over, hands it to Reginald, cart to cart. And Reginald unfurls it. You guys see an advertisement for the Perfectode Mercantile Group transportation company, where it's like arcane transportation. And on there is almost like a watermark is the face of Beth Grazovinsky.
Alright, let's try it. Let's do some scrying.
More scrying.
All right. So you do have a likeness or picture. This is secondhand still, so this is going to be the DC plus 3. Yeah.
Well, you'd still want the collar too, though, to see if they're tied together. I thought that was the point. Collar. Or no?
Do we have the advertise? Let's
What's
do the
that?
advertise. See where it ends up. See if
Okay.
it shows me.
Okay. Let me roll. All right, so it isn't affected. Okay, so they are gonna get a. I gotta do this. So I'll pull this one up.
Ah.
Okay. So they had a +3 before. This one you have a likeness or picture, which their save modifier. Okay, so we got so they have a +3, and we're gonna get a -2 and a +5.
Oopsie.
All right, so and we got to beat an 18 with this. Okay, they succeed. So Smith, I'm gonna say that as you are attempting to cast this, there is a moment where an image kind of flashes into your head. As you're trying to connect to who this person is. And you see a quick flash come to mind. And you see this face. I'm going to put it in the chat there. And for the briefest of moments, you hear a feminine voice say, "What do you mean somebody was spying on you?" "Well, brother, we will keep our eyes out." And then your spell fails.
That's something.
It is.
Tell us.
I'll wait for that.
Your mic just completely faltered out.
They got him. They took Smith. Oh no.
He's learned too much. Sorry, Smith, did you say that you relay that information to the party? Oh no, I think his mic died. Oh no, wait.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, your mic died?
No.
Oh.
All right.
I'll just switch to my computer headset.
Gotcha.
So, siblings.
Sounds like it.
Twin sister.
And her picture's right there on the paper.
Mm-hmm. It's
Has any
very...
of us seen this person before?
No, you guys, none of you have.
Except maybe we glanced a poster once with the advertisement.
I would say maybe while you guys were up in Neverwinter, you might have seen an advertisement for it at most.
And Neverwinter Wood is there. Is where they are. Let's go.
See, Eileen is wondering why elves would do this. They live forever. Like, why are they causing this kind of freaking havoc? What?
Yeah, why are they? It's a great question.
You're not related to them in any way by chance, are you?
Definitely not. Oh no, I was related to that other elf. And that
Why?
other
That's why I
elf.
asked, because
And once was told that I'm with my kin, and I don't know if Smith's my relative or just because he's another elf.
Great questions all around.
I'm gonna say it's a 50-50 chance at this point, because
I think,
Eileen happens to be related to the elves lately.
we need to lay low until we
I'm already
can
laying low.
gather a plan.
That was beautiful, Aaron.
You've been doing nothing but drinking this entire time.
I would expect nothing less.
Well, I guess we've learned something a lot, but not any direction to go on just yet. a tower.
Well,
Elves.
what is maybe we can ask Reginald what he knows about the mercantile company. What is it called?
The Perfectone Mercantile Company. They are a group of transporters such as us that work in arcane transportation. They, instead of a reliable source of movement, they prefer the arcane variety where they use some magic spells to poof you one place or the other.
Hey, you
It
guys
is-
remember?
It is dangerous, if you
And
ask me.
Smith,
If
do you
there,
remember?
you can go. I have the same question I've been sat on for a while, so.
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh. If are there other transport companies besides this one that they might be trying to take out? Have you heard about others like you in this? I forgot what it was called. Who disappeared?
Not any others that have disappeared, no. There
I mean, it's
are...
been 10 years.
It has. The thing is that if this was something that they orchestrated together, if the Perfectone group did this, as much as I would abhor the thought that somebody would do this over a business transaction, I'm not sure that they would have done it with others. You see, the Long Saddle location was quite important. You see, there is a family there. A family of eccentric wizards known as the Harpos. They were... It was the Perfectone group was trying to work with the Harpos, but being that there was the competition there and that the Harpos were actually very favorable of the Wagon Wheel Cloak Society, they did not wish to do business with them. The thing is that after the Shin Crocs, see, he's kind of like struggling with his words a bit. He says, after their disappearance, the Perfectone group moved in and tried to schmooze over the Hopples and their current head of family, Ardenak. And being that the Shincroc family had been... that the owners of that branch... sorry. The Perfectone group were able to take over that area, and they formed a business relationship with the Hopples. And they have been operating out of there ever since. Their strange experiments, I believe, is what drove the Perfectone group there, because they practice in very odd magics. And I will say that anyone who is anyone will have heard of the Harple family. They are fairly well known across the lands as an eccentric clan of wizards that live out in Long Saddle.
Okay. They're not. I think I'm confusing them with something else.
Don't know.
Wasn't Zash part of the Harpers?
Yeah,
Or was it...
that's not the same.
No.
Harples?
It's Harpel. Harpell.
I don't know,
What-
maybe that's...
What was the one Zash was connected to? The other well-known group.
Are you talking about his like his various two families?
No, he ended up being invited into the. It's just.
No, that's what Hannah just said. It was the Harpers.
I didn't hear her.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
asked again. So the Harpers.
No, it's
Okay,
two different
that's
two
the
different
one-
things.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
of.
one is a group of like, hey, there's knowledge out in the world, and we kind of want to make sure that nobody's doing it for evil. The other one's just a crazy wackadoo family of wizards that's doing weird magics.
So, and that we have heard of them, but
yeah, everybody's heard of the Harpers.
We don't know any connection to these particular brother sister elves that
you do not know.
I wanted to ask Reginald a very serious and important question. I don't think you were intending to travel with us and Maggie's body to the island and the temple, but it's important to have someone who's connected to her. And her adopted family were going. You seem to have a
I will be there.
connection. It's
if it is
really dangerous. You should just be aware.
Well, I did just brave an attack from dragons. If this is for young Maggie, I will be there.
Just be aware. I imagine a place like that would be well guarded.
Yes, I imagine that to be the case.
Unless our DM doesn't want to guard it very much.
For Reginald,
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for Reginald and kind of want Smith to be involved in the question as well. Reginald, do you know any more, or can you expand on how the other family, how exactly they did that transporting? Did they use some kind of portal, or do you know any details on that?
They have... I don't know too much about... I don't often prefer the way of moving goods via magics. But my understanding is that they have seemingly circles, odd things that they are able to
hide.
Was that?
Hide?
No, that they are able to move between.
Smith, do you remember that on the back of the table, wasn't it, that we dispelled? Didn't that have Almo Grazov?
Yep.
Name on it?
And Benny. Damn, Benny.
Benny de Brute.
Yeah, the table.
Can you refresh my memory, Lucas, on the table?
Yeah, so the table in Benny's office had an arcane circle under it, had a transportation circle under it that allowed it to connect to another transportation circle up at well, actually, I don't think you guys ever went through it. That was the thing. You guys never went through that.
We just dispelled that one, yeah.
You dispelled it, yes.
But there was also one inside of wasn't there a cave or a mine? Oh no.
Not that I can remember.
No, am I remembering problem?
There was a circle tied to Zash's brother's body.
That's what I
but
think I was thinking
really remember Much beyond that.
Oh yes. You are thinking about the one. There was a circle that was in the Innsmouth estate in a hidden, in a hidden carved out section that was behind a bookcase. Now the thing is, Smith, you know what that spell is, and that's just a teleportation circle. So that is a 5th level spell that allows you to draw a 10-foot diameter circle on the ground, and what's that?
My mom was talking to me.
So it's a spell that allows you to create a 10-foot diameter circle on the ground, and you are able to pass things through it. It does only last for a round, but the thing is that you can create a permanent circle by casting the spell in the same location every day for 1 year. So
That's right.
Was Benny tied to the Casino brothers?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's one of the.
I can try and.
Castino.
And then he was the kind of good guy brother.
Yeah. You guys
the
had
other
Castino Glenathan, and then you guys had Kane Glenathan.
Kane.
So Castino was the owner of Castino's Casino, and Kane was the guy that you guys were able to get the information about Almograzov.
So, and Benny was just like, he was sort of clued in, but not clued in. I don't know if he's still alive.
The thing is that Benny worked for the Innsmouths, but Benny also knew Kane.
But I feel like he wasn't fully aware of what was going on with his space. Like, you
probably
can
not.
use this space.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe assume that he doesn't.
Armina's still waiting for Smith to answer her, or at least say something to her. In regards to those circles she mentioned.
Yeah. About the yeah.
I'll just relay that they were. What was the exact question again? If there's any relationship?
No, I was just mentioning it, like trying to see, because I didn't really know the full details, but I was like, isn't that the same thing we had back at when we were with Betty? And
up in Neverwinter.
Yeah, very similar, I think, right? Very similar, yes.
Yeah, I would say Smith's knowledge of it would extend to the fact that if there is a company that is using if there's a company that's moving stuff magically, they're moving it via conjuration magic, and teleportation circle is one of those ones where a lot of major cities and temples and guilds, places that are permanent, they have or places of note have permanent teleportation circles. In fact, that's actually how some of the folks traveled to Neverwinter for the council meeting there. So it is not uncommon for teleportation circles to be utilized. This just happens to be a transportation company that is utilizing some form of teleportation and conjuration magic to move services and goods.
Okay. I'm trying to remember if someone got mad because we had dispelled that one that was like trying to be a permanent one, but I just can't remember back to that.
By the way, this is the advertisement that was crumpled up.
She's wonderful.
Mm-hmm. So,
is he a halfling? Benny
who? Benny DeBrute? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a cowardly wimp.
That doesn't mean he has to be a halfling.
Yeah, but he was.
I feel like we're missing a connection and it's annoying.
I feel the same, but I don't know.
Well,
like,
It's
I mean,
all
you-
connecting somehow, but we're yeah.
I mean,
like
you
I
guys
don't know
can-
which direction to go to except now just Benny DeBrute and be like, what actually did you know? Which seems a far off thing, so that seems silly.
I feel we need to lay low until we take care of Maggie.
Well, yeah, Maggie's first. But I don't know what to do with all this information we suddenly received.
I feel like they're a big enough company that they should be easy enough to track down, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they have a station up in Neverwinter. You guys know that they have a place out in Long Saddle, and I mean, who knows? They might show up here in Lylon now that Lylon's getting put on the map, and you know, wanting to you know, because Lylon coming back onto the map, you know, having that stopgap between Neverwinter and Waterdeep. I mean, that's gonna be a popular place soon enough.
Buzzin', guarded by a
Well,
boat that's really scary looking. Crap, I had a question and it just went away. I suppose it was related to that, like where the nearest location is. Oh, I know. Task Smith, mostly because I can't remember. If they noticed you scrying,
that's what I was gonna ask. Yeah.
if they would know anything about you or your location.
No.
They shouldn't.
Yeah,
Did they
yeah.
see you? No. Okay.
They know someone was spying, but they don't know who.
Yeah. Basically, what Breen Grazov knows right now is that there was a magical invisible sensor that was floating within 10 feet of him while he was doing what he was doing, and upon seeing that, he made his comment and cast Dispel Magic.
How dare you spy on him when he was in the restroom?
He would
He's
have.
just trying to shower, man.
I would imagine he would have some guess that that he was scryed on and how scrying might work. As in, we would have a connection to him. We would have a possession. If he could somehow connect any dots. I guess.
No, because
He didn't seem to know because the girl.
Well, because Smith dialed *69, so it doesn't give him the caller ID.
Exactly.
No,
Star 67.
not.
'67, yeah.
Thank you.
I meant like
Scry
they would know that
67. He was okay.
Scrying was being used.
Yeah, if you
opposed-
dispelled it, he had to know, right?
Yeah.
and how scrying works, though, that we would have to have gotten to have successful scrying. We would have to have had
Someone
an
personal. There's
image or something personal tied to. That's what I'm saying.
Not-
Would they know how scrying works?
There's two different
That
ways
we-
scrying works, right?
So I will say that Smith would know that there are different. It's kind of like a spectrum. The less you know about them, the harder it is to connect. The more, if you actually know the person, the easier it is to connect. If you have something that is a picture or a likeness of them, it's a little bit easier to connect to them. If you have something that they possessed at one time or that was linked to them, then that's a little bit easier than a picture. But if you have like a body part, a lock of hair, a fingernail, then it's far easier to connect to them.
I don't think they're able to really
Oh,
link us back right now.
yeah.
Specifically.
It could
So-
have been somebody who knew them much better than we did, who scried for.
It could have been anybody. They would not know.
Thankfully.
Yeah, they were gonna be trying to find out. I would. Who knows them well enough to scry on them, but
Yeah.
not friendly enough to contact them directly.
Well, seems like you guys got a bit of a mystery on your hands. Some strings you need to connect.
I can
we make it
scroll
to
him even better
Lylon?
now.
That's right. Now, you do know what he looks like. You know, you do have a little bit of a benefit there.
Yeah, now you can just scry on him every day.
True. Maybe you can learn more about this tower.
The sister didn't seem to notice, right? Is
The
that
sister,
correct, Smith?
oh,
sorry.
Go ahead, Smith. Go ahead. I'll let you answer that one.
The sister did not notice.
Good. You can scry on her more often too.
Ew.
No, not because of that. I'm just saying so he's not being. No one's gonna start looking after us
Hey.
if she. Yeah.
We need clues to an actual location where he's trying to.
Uh-huh.
So,
Did we make it to
Aaron.
Lylon yet?
well, while this conversation was going on, you
See.
are down below, and you wanted to get in contact with Karen, correct?
See.
Okay. So,
And he's
through
drunk.
Through your Warlockian, means, you start ringing up your boss, and you hear a voice in your head. What?
What the hell was that about?
What was what about?
You know, I had this person's name in my book, and it's no longer there.
Oh, my ears are itching. Oh, what's that?
Okay.
Oh, you know.
What do you want me to do?
I want to know why. What happened? What deals were made to erase that name from my book?
What? Well, okay, hold on. Shit. Call me while I'm in the bathroom. You hear the sound of an ethereal toilet flushing.
About time you got off the shitter.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're spending all day on a boat, you know, moving dead people, you take the opportunities when you can to have an actual good toilet. I'm over at, oh, my back. I'm over at Saloons. I'm, dropping some hard ones in her plumbing.
Are we talking about people
What?
or?
Where?
No, God, you are really you are really
You're
just
dense.
no, you see that you outside right now.
Yes and no.
Oh my God, it's like
I'm outside, but I'm in a thing
like
on wheels pulled by horses.
you're in the carriage I gave you.
Yeah, that thing.
Oh my God. All right, you see that giant ball in the sky? You know, the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right. So, okay. Hold on. Let me look at your contract. Recent updates. Gift of protectors. Okay. 4 names. All right. So which are you talking about? The one that's burned out?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what happened. Your girl out there, the one whose name was in here, she sacrificed her life to save that goblin. When she did that, that burned her name out of your book because Tempest said that she could not have the safeguard that you were giving her because it would have been too easy. So,
Was that a one-time thing, or is that a permanent type thing?
unfortunately not. He's left a note here in the
Unfortunately, not what. I asked a question and
All
gave
right.
two
Either
examples.
or.
Yes.
All right. He left a note here in the margin. Her name cannot go back into your book. Okay? It was stricken from the record, burnt out. You can put someone else's name in there, whoever else you want. It's not a big deal. But Albina Ember is no longer privy to your gift of protection. Apparently, though, she's found another.
Another what?
Well, apparently Tempest is done with her. I mean, that might be between you and me. Don't be, rocking the boat, as I often say to the dead people that I'm harboring across the river Styx. Okay? So maybe don't, rustle the feathers. Maybe it might be a personal thing, keep that between us. But apparently Tempest is ain't on speaking terms with her after that little stunt.
So now who's she with?
Couldn't tell you. I ain't out here, running I ain't out here running gossip like some woman in a salon. All right. You want to find that out? I suggest you team up. You go ask somebody. Talk to people. You and that buddy of yours, you talk a lot to each other. So maybe go talk to someone else.
Fair.
Yeah.
So
but
what do I need to get her to be able to get back onto the list?
You have to
I
marry
couldn't
her.
tell you. Look, here's the thing. I'm not a god, per se. If I was, you wouldn't have the powers that you'd have. You'd be a cleric, okay? I've brought this up to you time again. Everyone thinks that I'm the god of the dead. And I'm literally a guy with a job. But I just can't die, which was the whole thing that made you so interested. But yes, because I can't die, I'm technically stronger than the gods, because they can die. But unfortunately, their magics are a little bit more set in stone if they want or don't want something. So I couldn't tell you. That you would have to bring up with the god, the literal god of war, if you wanted to figure out how to, scratch that one.
Who's the god of war?
Tempest.
Oh, that's right.
It's gonna piss
Sorry,
him off
I'm
further.
You hear you hear his voice kind of fade, and he goes, "Hey,
Three,
salute!
4 bottles in.
You know that elf that wanted to say hey?
Oh my god.
I tell you what, her full fucking crew is just, my boy. I want him to be good. I wanted him to be smart, and I get fools, but he gets me souls. So I mean, he's at least doing his job.
Yeah, what's my cue on that at the moment?
You're
like,
fine
what?
for right now. You don't gotta worry about that. What you did over at that with those orcs and stuff. You're fine for right now. I got you're covered for a bit. If there's anything I need, I'll be in touch. Don't you worry.
Right.
But yeah, for now, that's the thing. You can't add her name to the book.
So how do I talk to him? You got a phone number I can call him on?
No. I was lucky that I was able to convince him the one time, but that was because your girl was calling him.
Wow.
So I gotta talk to her.
Look, you want to talk to gods. Look, you want to talk to God, you do what every mortal does. You go to the church, you pay your fee, you have them pour some...
to a church, I burn.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. That was a rash.
That was a rash that lasted 3 months.
It
I don't
was.
want that shit
You
again.
couldn't. You weren't. You kept scratching at it.
Cause it itched.
Yeah, that's why I told you to put the lotion on it. You don't put the lotion on the rash;
Oh.
it's just gonna keep itching. Why do you think
You
that
weren't
was
supposed to
there?
drink that?
Oh my god! To think that you can put your own you can put your own pants on in the morning is a miracle. All right,
He
here's
wears
what you
robes,
do.
though.
All right, here's what you do. Find a church, okay, that
And a Bible.
find somebody that worships that god. See if they can make a prayer for you or something like that, okay?
Neil.
Handle it that way.
Okay.
Now, if you excuse me, Saloon just put out some Moonstone cookies. I'm gonna go have some.
This is the same goddess he
Okay.
flagged off like 5 minutes ago. That's not.
So, like I said, go and talk to your gods however you got to. But as of right now, and here's the thing, I wouldn't try to go against Tempest, and that's a warning for you. Okay, don't try.
Oh, it's a challenge now.
Don't try and force her name into the book.
Okay.
Blow up your book.
Okay, all right. I'll see you later. And then you hear a click.
Yo, hold you soon. Al with more souls.
Oh my.
All right.
He's just gonna pass out.
Okay.
I hear him murmuring
What?
like drunken murmurs over there. Is he okay?
All right.
Why did he say he was hanging out with?
That's where he is right now. He's up on the moon hanging out with Saloon.
You know, last time he talked about those, well, the two parts, he did not say nice things. He said they
Yeah.
didn't get.
Yeah, no, he didn't. But then he, you made the comment about saying, hey. So, he's gone up and, realized he's got a nice place on the moon and, he's hanging out for a bit.
Hanging out,
All right. So,
getting cookies.
that's right.
Oh, boy.
Moonstone cookies.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you guys continue on the as you were having these discussions, drawing these lines between Reginald Ridgewell Hawks being the butler of young Maggie Shincrock being transformed seemingly by Breen Grazov, who was in some way relation to Almo Grazov and is also in some way related to Beth Jesus Grazovinsky, the owner, the CEO of the Perfectone Mercantile Group,
The delivery company.
and who knows what all else connections to be made. But as you are having these conversations and they slowly start to die down, you realize your destination is just ahead. You start to come into view of the small town of Lylon, the half-finished palisades that will soon make a complete semicircle on the northwest of the town. Wait, that's the Wayside Inn. Oh, did I seriously? Fuck.
Lucas fucked up.
I did actually. I went to pull up the map of Lylon, and I closed what I thought was the map of Lylon, and I actually closed. I went to close the map of the Wayside, and I closed the map of Lylon.
Oopsies.
There we go.
Oh my. Look how nice it is.
Yeah.
And a black screen.
like
This
that
is a
sound.
huge ass fucking map. So actually, let me do this. I will actually
feel
probably
like
have to
It
reduce
doesn't
the
quite look
size.
the way I remember it.
No, because this is a different version of the map. It's where is it?
Oh, I can only see it on Twitch. That's okay.
Where the fuck is it? Hold on. This one, this one, this one.
Out of character, Albina's touched that you care so much about putting her name back in that book.
Maybe he's worried his book won't work for himself.
That's the whole thing. He's just like, I want my book to work.
He doesn't.
He's like, she
understand
messed it
why
up. I
it
gotta
won't
get it back in there and fix it. Some whiteout. Nope. Still got burnt marks.
I don't know where. I don't know where the small map went. So
Wow, this is cool.
Oh wait.
Pretty.
Wonder if there's one in here.
Lylon, where are you?
Yes, here we go. This is just gonna have different things on it. Oh wait, wrong button. This is gonna have different things on it that aren't actually there, so just, you know, just understand that. Oh wait, seriously? It didn't open? What the dick? Wait, why? Why is it not pulling up the maps? They should be... Here it is.
I want a copy of this map. It's been adjusted quite a bit.
Why has that not... Okay, I don't know. I'll have to figure it out after the session. For some reason, none of the maps that I normally reference towards for Lylon are coming up. And I don't actually know why, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'll have to figure that out. But you guys start to head into Lylon. Like I said, you see that just outside of the town, there are some folks that are standing around. They see you all starting to come in. There's a bit of a commotion as you guys trumble into town. Wait, did I do this? Yes. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out as I'm talking. My bad. We got a few seconds. Give me like 2 seconds.
One.
I'm gonna feel bad if I don't have this map anymore, because this is like the one map that I use.
I will say, as we got closer, Iluna would probably find Lenine.
Motherfucker. Yeah, it's like all the maps that were in here are just gone. Just gone. That's weird. Okay. So I'm going to do this. We're going to add a new map on here called Lylon. Here, image, browse files.
And I think I need to update some OneNote notes.
Cool. There we go. That is the map you guys are used to.
Old one.
So
It'll do.
Yeah, it'll do for now. So you guys, as you are starting to come in, you're coming in from the north side, which is just up here. You can see that there are a number of folks watching you as you guys are coming in. They see these wagons. There's some murmurings, there's some chatter, and a lot of folks start to come out of their houses, of their you know, from the fishery and everything, and they see, you know, who it is that's coming in, and amongst this crowd you can see the 3 council members of the town that you guys had interacted with before. You see Griselda Copperrot, the grumpy dwarf, who is walking up alongside her. Shit! I lost that space. There we go. Yeah, walking up alongside Sergeant Has Yoram. So here's a picture of Griselda for reference. Here is a picture of Sergeant Yoram. Alongside them, you see Marigold Brightshine, who is the Gold Dragonborn worshipper of Lathander. And the other one, Valdi Estepar, the female half-elf fisher. As you see them, as you guys are all arriving, the wagons pull up right up here in front of the shrine of Lathander. See, some of the crowd has come up behind all of you and surrounded the wagons a bit. And as you guys are disembarking, Griselda approaches your group and she says, I thought there was gonna be more of you.
I bring presents.
There was
Something happened.
they had other plans.
Yeah, I was saying earlier Iluna would finding Lenine as Delore.
Yep.
She would do introductions.
Okay. Yeah, you see Lenine and Asdalor step out of the wagon.
This is Griselda and Sergeant Yoram and Marigold Brightshine. And then turn to point
Valdi
to
Estepar?
Lenine.
Valdi Estepar. Thank you. I guess because I'm a half elf, you know, half elves don't count.
Only
That's
half.
what you want. If that's what you want to believe about.
All right.
I don't.
She looks at Valdi looks at Cephas and Albina and says, "Hey, there's the two that I actually like." She kind of
I remember you.
sneers at Iluna.
I'll go over
Sorry,
and
I
give her a
did not
half
prop-
hug.
Okay.
I was only able to help in one place at a time. This is Lenine and Asdalor, and she probably beckon like Adabra for us.
Okay.
Oh, because Adabra would work well with Marigold.
Okay. So Lenine steps forward and she says, "It is a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Lenine Greywind. I am, obviously, you know the situation that myself and the rest of my town is in. Unfortunately, I have recently undertaken the role of townmaster for Phandalin after the death of our previous one. I want you to understand that I am not just some bookminder. I ran the local coster up there. I had been working for the Lion Shields for a number of years. I know my way around weaponry, and I am willing to fight alongside everyone here if the time comes." And when she says that, you see Griselda and Sergeant Yoram, they kind of get this like breath of relief, and Yoram kind of mutters and says, "Well, looks like not all politicians are bad." Asdalor steps forward and says, "My name is Asdalor Whitefang. I am the leader of the hunters from Phandalin. I will be willing to train and explain how the forest can be a source of food other than your rivers and water." And then a dabber kind of like comes up and says, "Hello, I'm Adabra Gwyn. I'm not necessarily anybody in charge here, but I can make potions and I'm good with herbs, if that will help anybody." And see Marigold laughs and says, "That'll be excellent. I have everything you'll need inside of here, and anything that you need that I don't, well, we can figure it out. Lathander will guide us."
Iluna would perk up with Aldabra and be like, "You were their valued healer who taught me everything I know. You will be valued here."
Well,
Like, she holds her in really high
Yeah.
esteem. Probably maybe more than others might, but
Well, I appreciate the kind words, Iluna. I wish to do what I can. And she looks at Marigold and smiles, and she says, "Lathander and Shantea can guide us on our journey together." As she gestures to the symbol around her waist that she has had with her for as long as she's been around, which is the symbol of Shantea, the Earth Mother.
she should have a bloom crawler of her own.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yep.
I gave Marigold one too, but I'm % sure.
I can't be 100%, but we can work that in later.
Yeah. While everyone was like introducing, because Iluna just wanted to make the introductions. She doesn't, I don't know, despite being appointed by a different council, she doesn't feel like she needs to be part of this one.
Okay.
But she would help the people off, and obviously, as ever, Thistle and I guess she would ask for a safe place to put Maggie. Probably she would ask Marigold.
Okay.
If not, just in the wagon. Like,
he looks at her and says, I see. I'm absolutely. I have a place where we can lay her to rest.
not
If-
the rest.
No.
We just need a good heavy-duty
Sheltered.
container as well. Maybe one more sturdy than this, if you have it.
What? I'm sorry, I'm not following. What are your
Temple
intentions?
Of Restoration.
The Temple of
Have you heard of it?
Restoration.
We haven't
You-
given up yet
You are
on
taking
reviving
her
her.
to the temple.
Yes.
I see. Then this girl must mean a lot. Well, I can assure you that until the time comes that you deliver her there, I will keep watch over her body. That you have my word.
We'll just, unless she's safer in the wagon, but we just want a safe place for her while we settle everyone else.
I understand. I
And-
will do my due diligence. I will keep her body safe.
Thistle was her closest friend, and point out her adopted parents. They may want to visit her the most.
Yes, absolutely. And they will have
And
full
I'll need-
access to her.
I'll need to perform The
gentle repose. Yes.
The
I
peaceful.
can assure you that myself and the acolytes here, you are more than welcome to perform the rites. I will not take that from you. Should you find yourself unable to perform the rites, we will assuredly maintain her body.
Thank you.
Also, Iluna would be looking the crowd for Sadie, and to keep an eye on if Galio happens to be around. But
Yeah, as you
not
look
really
around.
just to like keep track of him, but to reach out to Sadie. So.
Yeah, as in fact, as you look around for this, you do see Sadie running up. You know, she's all excited and everything, and she sees whenever she comes up, she sees you standing there, and she goes, "Hey, welcome back, welcome back."
We're glad to finally be back. We have to help get these people settled.
Yes, yes. I told Mr. Ellebro that I was gonna come down here, and we came down together. I wanted to come and greet you guys when we saw the wagons coming in.
Well, I'm very glad to see both of you.
And she points back, and you can see Galio walking up behind her.
Just out of game, in my memory, she's young, like teen.
Oh yeah,
or
roughly
she's young, like 20s.
No,
Didn't she want to be your
she-
apprentice?
she's in her teenage years.
Okay, then she would introduce her to. I mean, she'd probably introduce her to Thistle anyhow. But they might be. I forget how Thistle was like a younger teen or
13, right?
yeah,
Around
like
there?
12.
Yep. Because the thing is that
use a
Maggie is in the body of like an 18, 19-year-old, but with the mentality of like an 9-year-old.
Yeah.
Whereas, Thistle is roughly about 12, 13 years old.
But this is Thistle. She could use a friend. And
Thistle.
you seem one
Thistle
of the better
just
choices. In this
shyly
town.
like waves her hand, and you see Sadie goes, "Oh, yes! Ugh, it's so hard to find kids around here."
She has an older
Sadie.
brother.
Yeah?
Yeah, Anders helping. He's gonna try to open a shop, I think.
Oh, good. That's good. This town's gonna need some stuff like that. We got a lot of building to do. Thistle, you can help me build a bookcase I got if you want. I am building my own library, and if you want to help me, I would think that would be awesome. And Thistle just kind of like, okay, let me get my stuff and make sure it's okay with my brother. And you see Thistle walks away, and a few minutes, moment goes by, and she comes back and she says, I just have to help get some stuff together, and then I can. And Sadie says, awesome, then we will do it together. So they head over there, and she holds her hand out to introduce herself, and Sadie says, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sadie Evanbow. And Thistle says, it's nice to meet you, Thistle Trover. And two of them head over and start grabbing the wares.
Oh, we're friends already. But
Yep, good.
just trying to help make sure everyone. I think she would look over those two trying to guide or find wherever they.
Albina's gonna go back and check on you.
Okay.
Just make sure you can stand up.
Yeah.
We're here. Are you awake?
What do you mean we're here?
Exactly that. Come on. hop on out.
What am I hopping onto?
Just the ground. We're here. Lylon.
Who's Lillian?
Come on along. I'll just pull him along with me. And
Okay.
find somewhere I can help him rest. Don't worry,
Yeah.
I'll get your stuff. I'll get you everything you need for your quarters.
I just imagine you, like, as you're walking by, like, casting lesser restoration on him to cure him of his poison.
Pretty
feel like-
much.
Once Iluna felt like they were getting along and getting settled, she
Mhm.
went to see Marigold and show him her book and oh my goodness, and a Dabra.
Okay. So yeah, you approach them. You can see that they're talking. They're heading over to the shrine of Lathander, and you kind of, get them before they head inside. And Marigold turns back and says, "Oh yes, well, you gotta. What can I help you with?"
I didn't want to interfere, but I really don't know when the best time's gonna be, and I'm here now.
Yes.
I found this book. It called itself the Sterilized Journal of Medicine, I guess. I mean, like, I never did say. I kind of imagined she tried to keep the book pretty nearby. Like,
Okay.
I made that apothecary bag would be like a bag on her belt or whatever.
Okay.
So she would get it out. This is, I don't know, I found it and it seems really helpful, and I don't know if you know anything about it, but I figured you'd want to know.
I am quite perplexed by it. What exactly is it?
A medical journal. It seems to help.
He do you offer to let him see it?
Yeah, I guess I would open it up. I didn't know what I made. I was not
Yeah.
exactly sure how to make it talk. No, I guess she'd
y-
open it up and be like,
you
hello.
You open it up, and as you do, you hear the voice come through that says, "Hello." This is, "My name is Hassa Athea, the Serialized Journal of Medicine. How can I be of assistance to you today?"
I forgot. I named him Pasta. I was just introducing you to my medical-based friends. This is Marigold and Albina. Oh, not Albina. Adabra.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Marigold and Adabra. Do you need assistance with medical information that I may be able to provide? Or do you by chance, the two of you, looking to... Is there anything more between the two of you? You see there's a look between Marigold and Adabra, and Marigold says, "I'm sorry. No, we don't need any information right now." What exactly? And
No,
you hear
it's
the
never
book
done
go,
that before.
You hear the book go, "I can see that there are sparks that fly between the two of you. The information that you share between medical..."
Oh, she shut it?
Yeah, she shut the book.
Look, I showed the book. Like, while that was happening,
Iluna is green in the skin, but red in the cheek right now.
would be red in the face and like jaws
Yeah.
slack going. It only ever gave medical assistance, but
Adabra's like,
it was
I'm
very
sure.
helpful.
I'm sure. I trust you.
I don't think that about you two. So just, it didn't get it from me.
Meanwhile, Albina and
okay.
you walk past, and she's like, "That talking book again." Keep walking.
It is not unheard of for the followers of Shantaea and the followers of Lathander to find kinship with one another. The Earth Mother requires the warmth and light of the sun to grow and to prosper.
I'm sure that's for you to decide on your own. But I was going to ask if you've ever came across a book like this before.
I truly cannot say I have. And Marigold says, I cannot either. I am not sure of where it could have come from or how it would have been enchanted in such a way, but if it is able to provide medical information, then definitely we will keep that in mind.
I just was hoping you'd be able to help me. You seem far more knowledgeable in the ways of medicine.
Don't cut out.
But it was very helpful to me, and maybe while I'm here, I can make use of it if I'm around, if you need it.
Absolutely. I will keep that in mind. Now, please, Miss Gwyn, I will show you where we perform our miracles and where we have our medical necessitations. The two of them head over into the Shrine of Lathander.
You're gonna need to lend them that book in private.
You know, the funny thing is like other than yourself, the first two people that you introduce this book to are the worshipper of Shantaea and the worshipper of Lathander. And from Shantaea's wiki site, it specifically says she was known to have romantic affiliations with Lathander.
Honest to God. I remembered about that at the beginning of the session.
The fact that your book is fascinated with the idea of intra-party romances.
God, I literally was like, oh, they might like this medical book.
So...
and I was like, oh no.
So while you're having that moment, as the folks here in town are starting to get their wares off the carts, you see that Lenine and Griselda are speaking with one another. Those of you that are near, I will say this is all of you. You are able to hear Lenine say to Griselda, I know that there's not many of us. We had a bit of an issue on the way here. In fact, this is an issue that you and I need to discuss, and it involves that one. And she kind of eyes over to you.
Oh no.
Let us... you see Griselda, yeah, okay. Well, we'll talk over at the council hall. You and I can have a discussion.
Did I see this?
Yeah, everybody sees this.
Oh yes, you said. Oh.
Yeah.
You're too drunk to realize what's going on.
I figured as much.
Yeah,
upon entering
Claudina's
town,
gonna like stop in her tracks with him.
I do want to say, upon entering town, you guys see me going around, going up to, shit, I also lost her name. Going up to Valdi Estepar and the various fishers, and you see, you see him also like going up to Sergeant Yoram, and you can hear him muttering like, "There's gonna be a ship that's gonna be arriving tomorrow." Don't worry about it. Don't attack it. You know, like you see him trying to like play that cover story of like, you know, allowing Emberlost to get in.
It's a real nice boat once you get.
Be like, yeah, that redhead girl over there, she's gonna call it. So don't worry.
And so, so while this is all going on, you guys are hearing the various conversations that are happening. Coming up from the south side of the town, you see a lone wagon with a you see a lone wagon coming up with a young man sitting at the reins. And with all the townsfolk that are here who were expecting all of you, there's a bit of confusion and a look in this young boy's direction. He's human, and as he arrives, he sees everyone standing there, kind of looks at everyone and goes, "Oh, it's a lot of people." And everyone kind of has their attention paid on him because they weren't expecting, a random wagon to show up at this hour of night, I guess, this late in the evening. And he kind of steps down and approaches and says, he pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket, and you can see it's kind of crumpled up, but he, has clearly done the best to fold it. And he says, "Hello, my name is Your Name, and I am a representative for Harrison Nicodad, owner and operator of Carriages Are We, the finest short and long distance travel service around. Move arm in sweeping motion. We are currently aiming to expand our operations further up the Sword Coast, and recently realized that your lovely hamlet, village, town, or city is not an established location for one of our wonderful and profitable depots. And we were interested in talking to those in charge about the possibility of changing that matter. If you could kindly point me in the direction of your leader, mayor, chieftain, or intermetropolized zoning board committee member, that would be much appreciated. Thank you for your time, sir or madams."
We have a service.
Oh? You hear Reginald from the back of his wagon goes, "Ah, fuck off! Goddamn Carriages Are We! You're just a rip-off of us!" He goes, "Oh, damn it!" He says, "Are you Wagon Wheel?" He goes, "Yeah." He says, "Fuck off, Harrison Nicodad and all of you were just the second-rate us." And you see this young kid goes, "Man, I thought I would make it in time. Well, all right. I'm heading up to Neverwinter."
Do you have a flyer or something?
Yeah, if you want it, here.
Absolutely.
He hands you a little flyer for a service and company called Carriages Are We.
Look, your speech was lovely.
Thanks.
Don't be so nervous next time, little one.
Well, believe me, I tried making it up here as fast as I could. I didn't realize you guys were already affiliated with somebody. We didn't have that on our notes.
Things change quickly these parts, it seems.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least I beat Perfectone here. I heard that they're on their way up to try and establish as well, so good luck with that.
Thanks for letting us know.
You should be careful too, little one.
I'm sure this town, if we felt we needed a second option, would choose yours.
Well, appreciate it. Yeah. See, we're not as stingy as we're not as, as afraid as Wagon Wheel over here. We do some short distance teleportation. We're not like Perfectone, not the whole business.
I guess need to diversify.
Yeah.
I'll take one of those flyers too from you.
Oh, sure.
Hear them say that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. We also do banking as well. So
Banking, you say?
Weird.
Yeah,
Okay,
Well,
I'll take
consider
one of those
banking.
flyers too.
sure. He hands you a flyer that that says Banks of Holding.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Well, safe travels, and you might want to rest before going up to Neverwinter.
I'm
Oh
sure
yeah,
you
no,
can-
I have to get some sleep. I'm tired.
You might find some place to rest here.
Albina just kind of sat you down on the ground until she.
Yeah.
So he
Says,
wasn't
"All right."
wandering off drunk. Unless
Aluna
he's
would
okay now, but yeah.
Still
back
drunk.
up to Reginald and just be like,
Yeah.
with everything we learned today, we have to keep an eye on these companies. And
Welcome to
They
my
could be-
business.
Oh, before that kid
Well, they
leaves,
could be
I do want to ask him to write his name down or just something so I can refer him
Oh yeah.
if they ask. But Albina wants to kind of keep an eye because she thinks in the back of her head like something similar to what Maggie and her family happened that could happen to this kid and his family.
yeah, that's why I learned the same. I mean, they could either be bad guys or the next
Victims.
yes, victims. That's a good word. But was Griselda and everyone heading somewhere to deal with you?
They are. Those two are heading over to the council hall to have a discussion.
But we don't have to go. Like I could just take
She
you
has
to his
not.
room.
She has not requested your presence.
Okay. All right. Let's get you up and just dust him off. Let's get you some rest.
I don't know. what rest
Take
is
him to the
anymore.
closest room available.
I think Iluna would want to go along though.
With him?
Do you head
Not
up
with
to?
you.
Oh, okay.
Or at
Do you
least,
head up to Griselda
like,
and?
hold- say something. It's just Lenine, not Asvalor.
It's Lenine and Griselda.
I want a granola.
Yeah, she would try to get Lenine's attention before she talks to Griselda.
Okay.
Is this-
She turns around and, yeah.
Is this something our party should be aware of?
This is something that she and I need to discuss.
I would hope you would keep us in.
We
or at
will.
least-
Yes, I will keep you informed.
Because we understand important decisions have to be made. And I'm sure some Phandalins may already be whispering rumors, so
Yes, well, we have some things to discuss, so I will be in touch when decisions are made.
understood.
Okay. And so I think with that,
Right.
yes,
Does Astamor still have his staff?
yes.
Yeah.
Kinda still has it. Okay.
He doesn't need it right now. He's drunk anyway.
Yeah.
Well, somebody should be attempting to keep track of where it's at.
No, Azalor definitely has it.
Yeah, I think he'll be responsible and keep it for now. Unless you want it.
All right, so
No.
I think with that, that's where we're going to end tonight's session, as you guys are able to help those here to get off the wagons and head into town in order to either rest up a bit, or next session you guys can do what you guys want to do around Lylon. So, yeah. To those To those watching out in the stream, thanks for hanging out. Sorry about that first hour, but there's 3 hours and 15 minutes of you guys being able to hear the players' voices. So, sorry.
Penis.
Bye.